No, Alani, what's good? It got cold so motherfucking fast, didn't it? Didn't it? I was just sweating my dick off, and then now, all of a sudden, I'm carrying a fucking heating pad around me everywhere, man. For real. I sleep with a heating pad. Matter of fact, let me get it. Where is it? I usually have my heating pad like right there in front of me on the ground. I put my feet on it. If my feet get warm, that heat will radiate upwards, I guess, is my hope. Fuck. Dude, my hands. I could cut right goddamn through you with how cold they are. I gotta get this. No, Alani, the temperature doesn't matter. I'm Hispanic and I'm from the South. Anything less than 78 degrees, it's over for me. That's it. I'm inoperable. Can't fucking do it. But just, Bert, so you know. I don't know where the weather is. I could have swore the weather showed up whenever I scrolled down. I can... What's the weather right now? It's 54 degrees. Fuck. That blows. Dude, I'm very excited for Halloween as well, because I get to go with my niece. Ugh. And I get to take my niece like I did last year. She finally decided what she was gonna be. She's gonna be a firefighter. She wasn't gonna be a cat, and then she's gonna be Jasmine twice. All right, yo, what are we even doing? Most of the people that requested shit, they ain't even here yet. Yo, Broxton, what's good? Yeah, it blows. And it's rainy, and it's windy, and it's ugly. Dark as fuck. Just can't, man. Just fucking can't. Shout out to the residents and tourists in Jamaica at this time. Yeah, I'm sure they're literally fucking chilling. Like, they feel fine. I would feel fine, I guess, if I was where they are. Great place to go to at this time of year. Probably be Puerto Rico. Down south, man. Close to the equator as fucking possible. Katai, what's good? No, I'm not a measure. I ain't trying. Alright. Let's get this. Let's see what we got today. I haven't even checked the Discord, so if y'all put shit in there, let me know. And I'll pull it up. Yo, there was a I keep scrolling past it on my feed, and I keep forgetting to put it in my watch later. There is a police clip. I think it's either from Midwest Safety or one of the other police channels that we watch. It's about Morgan Wallen. I can't tell if he was the one that was arrested or if there was just multiple arrests and he was just there. I can't tell off the title or the thumbnail. If y'all can tell me what channel that's from, we can watch that. Seems pretty interesting. Be the second time in a couple of years that he has run-ins with the cops, right? I think, right? I don't know. He usually doesn't have problems with police. Oh no. That's why I can't read chat. I'm sitting here blind as fuck. I was like, man, I can't see a goddamn thing. Yo, dude, so recently I started playing Pokemon Red, like the OG one from like the 90s. I downloaded an emulator on my tablet, and then from there I went onto Google and downloaded a local ROM drive for a local ROM file for Pokemon Red, the very first Pokemon game. I'm gonna play them all in order. Very first Pokemon game. Downloaded that shit, and bro, I was choking on nostalgia, and I was getting into it, and I was catching Pokemon, bro. I was leveling. I had a fucking Charizard that I named Buttfucker. It was fantastic, right? And then I beat the Elite Four, and I go like, all right, now that I beat the Elite Four, let's go try to catch Articuno. Let's go try to catch Zapdos. Let's go try to catch Moltres, which I did catch Moltres in my first playthrough. And I say first playthrough because when I started going through all the Pokemon that I wanted to catch, I was like, oh wait, dude, I don't have Mew. I need Mew. I need that. I want that. And then I remembered that you have to get Mew at the very beginning of the game, because if you don't, you're locked out and you'll never be able to do it again. There's a specific way you have to do it. Bro, so I had to start a whole new game after like no-lifing it for like 2 straight days. I was like, fuck. So I did it. Got Mew. And yeah, now we're on our way. I made so many mistakes, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself like, yo, how the fuck did I do this as a kid? Because there was like some parts that I was navigating, I was like, I don't know what to do, I don't know where to go, I don't know who to talk to, this is stupid. In my head I was like, how did I do this as a child? I don't get it. Am I just dumber now? I feel like I should be smarter, right? After all these years of gaming, right? No. I ran into some walls. I was like, bro, this is fucking oh, let's see. Oh, man. Yo, Jay, what's good? Did you ever do Nuzlocke? I don't even know what that is. Yo, Liam, what's good? If you like being in the middle of Category 5 hurricane. Oh! Yeah, nah, that's what they have going on right now? Category 5? Oh yeah, never mind. Because I was talking about being cold, and you said shout out to those people, and it's hot in Jamaica, so I was like, I haven't paid attention to the weather outside of my immediate weather situation in a while. I don't feel like I'm old enough to watch the Weather Channel for the whole nation yet, right? Right now, I'm still at the age where I only give a fuck about my immediate weather or wherever I'm going. I haven't reached the point yet where I watch the weather for the whole nation or even for the whole world yet. I don't feel like I'm old enough yet to just like sit there and watch the weather. Wake up, get some coffee, watch the weather for an hour, stretch my legs, you know? I'm not there yet. As a grown man, I just look outside. All right, we good. We're not good. That's kind of how it is. The biggest hurricane to ever hit Jamaica. Yo, let's see what it looks, dude. Cause oh my God, as we talk about it, as we live and breathe, right here. New Yorkers in Jamaica brace as Hurricane Melissa bears down on the island. Holy shit, that's huge. Oh my God. Oh, dude, I haven't. Have we? When was the last time we saw Category 5? I half-assed pay attention to the hurricane season, man, because just Georgia never saw many, and I know that Georgia had that bad one that was recent. But outside of that, last Category 5 was what? The one that hit Georgia? Or was it still Hurricane Katrina? Is Hurricane Katrina still the biggest and the baddest? I think as far as property damage, yes. I don't think. Hell, dude, I think you could wipe Jamaica off the fucking planet right now, and it still wouldn't be as much property damage as what happened in Louisiana. I could be wrong. It's making landfall as we speak. What is it, bro? What is it hitting? I'm just gonna type in Hurricane Melissa. That is huge. That is a big ass hurricane. Oh my goodness. And how much you want to bet there's a psychopathic surfer somewhere in the vicinity of this big ass storm? And he's just like, bro, I'm about to get so pitted, bruh. I bet, I guarantee it. There's always one, man. And hopefully he makes it, and hopefully the camera guy survives, because, you know, those are always pretty wild. You see surfers on these big ass waves. That is fucking nuts. I don't want to get like copyrighted or struck for playing something from the Weather Channel, but where is it hitting? 185 miles per hour. Only way you're escaping this is in a plane or a Bugatti. If you're like right there and you haven't left yet, and it just sneaks up on you. I've heard people say that. It was like really far away, the weather set, and then like 10 minutes later it's here. Well, you know, Mother Nature is efficient. She likes to move quickly. This is someone's stream, so maybe we can get away with watching someone's stream. I just want to see this thing. I just want to see the projection of this shit, where it's going and where it's gonna hit.
Interesting childhood. She just couldn't get enough of meat.
You know, it's only a matter of time for my little
Meat for real meatheads.
my little niece comes in here. Oh my goodness, dude.
Would it take him pulling the trigger? Is that what
That was actually really funny. If y'all never saw that little debate between these two ladies. Hilarity. This is Jamaica. This is Kingston Harbor. I don't know where Kingston Harbor is. Yo, fuck this. Never mind. He's watching a whole bunch of nothing. Okay, this is short, sweet, to the point. 3 minutes. It's USA Today, but fuck it. I just want to see.
Hi, we're here at the National Hurricane Center just after 11 a.m. on Tuesday
Yo.
with an update on catastrophic Hurricane
That's why I
Melissa,
can't hear anything.
Category
I don't
5
have-
storm, maximum sustained winds around 185 miles per hour
I was
this
like, is my
morning,
computer broken?
poised to make landfall on the southwestern coast of Jamaica here in the next
Oh my fucking god.
hour this morning, poised to make landfall on the southwestern coast of Jamaica here in the next hour or two. Right now, Melissa is now moving more steadily toward the north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. Expected to make landfall here in the next couple hours in St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland parishes, the northern portion of the eye wall now starting to move on shore in areas.
Dude, oh my god. Look at that. That is nuts. The whole island. The whole island. And people ask me all the time, you're Puerto Rican, why don't you want to live there? You see that? Who wants to live there? Well, Jamaicans, but if I had an option, I'm not going back to the island. I'm not going back to Puerto Rico. I'm not living there because no.
Like Black River, Barbary Hall, Blunters. It's going to be a very dangerous scenario. It's now starting to play out in the next few hours as the eye of Melissa moves across Jamaica today. Catastrophic wind damage expected in the eye wall here. Total building failures, and the winds will be even higher up here in the areas of high topography. Could have wind gusts over 200 miles per hour in some of those high mountains here across Jamaica. We're also going to see that storm surge play out here in the
Where is it gonna go though?
Today on the rainfall front. Rainfall forecast has not changed. Expecting
30 inches of rain. Yo, dude, this thing might drown the whole island. It's not funny. This thing might drown the whole fucking island. 30 inches of rain.
Widespread 15 to 30 inches of rainfall. Already seeing pictures of flooding in the Kingston area this morning. Isolated rainfall totals could be as high as 40 inches in
Dude, if we got 30 inches of rain here right now, I think there would be water seeping into the house.
locations, producing catastrophic, life-threatening flooding, numerous landslides in these areas. So just a catastrophic situation.
It's gonna rip through the whole fucking island. Yeah,
playing out here
right
for Jamaica
down the
through
right
the
down
rest
the middle
of today into tonight. Now zooming out to the impacts that we're going to see in other
Okay,
areas
this
as
is-
the center of Melissa moves off the
Part of Cuba is gonna get fucked up. See, guys, look at this. This is Jamaica, right? This is where I'm from. Do you see this? San Juan, Puerto Rico, Jamaica. You see that? You see the distance? No. Man, no.
the north coast of Jamaica.
Good.
We're expecting it to make landfall in southeastern Cuba overnight tonight or early Wednesday morning. We have hurricane warnings in effect for much of eastern Cuba. Then the center of Melissa will move out into the southwestern Atlantic and through the southeastern Bahamas.
Oh, that's it? This thing isn't really going to do anything to us. It's not even going to touch us. It's just going to dissipate into the mid-Atlantic.
During the day on Wednesday into Wednesday evening, where we have hurricane warnings in effect as well. Storm surge along the southeast Cuban coast, 8 to 12.
Okay. Yeah, that's all we really need to... it's gonna... Not even gonna... It's gonna fuck up Jamaica. It's gonna fuck up, I don't know, 1/4 of Cuba. And then, yeah, look, right here. It's just gonna dissipate into the... God, dude, it's gonna travel a long way. Look how far this is projected to travel. Why? Why does it travel so far? Even a Category 5. I don't know much about hurricanes. I mean, I know enough, but like, good God, I didn't know that it traveled that far. Dude, look at that. That spans the whole, damn near the whole fucking ocean. Or maybe right here is where it's projected to, I don't know. I'm not reading any of this at the moment. I'm just looking. All right. That's fucking nuts. A 185 miles an hour, dog. That's enough to blow you over. In an instant. If you're not ready for it. I mean, if you're bracing and like actively working against it, sure. But 185 mile an hour winds out of nowhere, catching you off guard, like a rogue wave in the ocean, it'll knock you on your ass, I feel. I don't know. I don't think I've ever taken 185 mile an hour winds. I mean, some people have. I feel like it's the equivalent of like standing behind a runway at the airport and those jet engines just blow you backwards. You know, you've seen that people do that shit on YouTube. I feel like that's what 185 mile an hour hurricane winds are like. Man, you get blown over just like that. Like those jet engines blowing people over. I guess they both suck, but if y'all had to pick one, man, what do y'all think is worse? Hurricanes for the people in the southeast and these islands, or tornadoes in Tornado Alley in the mid United States? What do you think's worse, the tornadoes or the hurricanes? It's a whole bunch of shit, man. You got tornadoes in the middle, hurricanes on the east, earthquakes in the west. Fuck. Best places to live would probably be somewhere up north. Probably in the northeast. But that's a lot of cold. Fuck all that. Georgia's the best place, man. Maybe we get hit by a hard hurricane. Maybe we don't, but usually it's not that much. You have outliers like the one from a couple years ago that ripped hard through Georgia. But that really is an outlier because that thing ran out of water and everything, and it still kept going on land. That's crazy, isn't it? How far inland that thing actually went. That's a rarity, I feel. So, in my opinion, the South is still the best place. Georgia, man. Georgia, Alabama. But the Carolinas still get hit. Fuck all that. Louisiana, Kentucky, Tennessee. I feel like those are the best places. Right there, like The hurricanes won't reach you, but neither will the tornadoes. You're just like there's like a small pocket of good weather in the south, and if you catch that pocket, hell, the only thing you have to worry about is heat. That's it. And if you can take the heat, you're fine. Which most people can. Coming to New Jersey, we got all the good food. Dude, I know, I've been. Oh, dude. Lamar, what's good, man? I appreciate you watching all this time, and I appreciate you finding the channel again. I know that everyone that's here, I appreciate y'all the most because y'all found the channel again. Or maybe y'all didn't go out of your way to find the channel. Maybe you just like saw me on your feed and you were like, oh shit, hell yeah, I'll resubscribe. Thank you. I appreciate that. Because some people either don't see it. Some people, dude, you know what's crazy? Some people to this day still don't know that I was banned all those years ago. They still don't know. They, in their head, they're just like, damn, I haven't seen XMC in my feed for a while. Oh well, back to life. And that's it. They have no idea that I'm no longer there. Some people actually do go try to find me. They don't see it, and then they find this one, and they're just like, dude, you know how long I've been looking for you? 3 days! Yeah, so it'd be like that. Yo, FBI, you change your name again? DeRozier? Is that you? Yeah, dude, and I couldn't even couldn't tell anyone that I was banned, and I mean, I told the people that were following me on Instagram, but that was only like 3,000 people, so it was like not even a percentage of the people that I could tell of that, right? So I was like, yeah, and no, I haven't changed my name again. I feel like you did. I feel like it used to be FBI DeRozier at some point. Yo, what are we watching? I mean, I could just sit here and talk shit with you guys about nothing and everything all at the same time. Or we can continue to be old bastards and just keep monitoring the weather. I suppose. Some of these videos I'd love to watch, but I just feel like we'll get blocked. Like MLB biggest crash outs. I love seeing athletes lose their mind. Either because of a bad call or because of bad play. They just like lose their shit. They made Combat Gods 2? Finally? We didn't watch that, did we? Because I remember Combat Gods. I uploaded that, like, dude, a while ago, actually. And Combat Gods is fire. You say they uploaded something. Hold on. Because I remember I was like, does this have... hold on. Okay. We watched... Y'all, let me just go to the channel. Nah, we watched that, didn't we? Didn't we watch Combat Gods 2? Because we watched Combat Gods 1. And then... Yo, I think this is from like 2 years ago. Unless I'm missing what you wrote. Dude, just a few weeks ago, I got an indefinite suspension on my Twitch for whatever reason, submitted my appeal to it, and luckily was corrected shortly. Wasn't going to wait 6 months to do it. Yeah, dude, the only negative action I've gotten from Twitch, on Twitch, I can't speak. The only negative action I've gotten on Twitch, from Twitch, was that one time that I tried to do movie night on Twitch, and we got a strike. And that was it. And the movie was trash too. So trash movie and a strike. That was a bad day. That was not good. It was what did we watch? We didn't even get to finish it. It was that Santa Claus movie where it's like the John Wick of Santa Claus, but not even all that good because he spends most of the movie getting his ass whooped and he's just fighting bad guys that are trying to hold the family at ransom and shit. That was bad. It was bad. I didn't have to do an appeal, but because for a strike, they're just like, oh, it expires after 90 days. I was like, all right, but no more movie nights on Twitch, man. Fuck, I thought that I was just trying to watch some shit with my people. Because, like, I go on Kick and I can watch whatever the fuck I want for the most part. We haven't done a movie night on Kick, but because other stuff, man. Have you watched Doomsday documentary? What is that? Is that about, like, real life Doomsday shit, like the end? Or is that about, like, the Superman villain? My favorite movie of all time? You know, what a loaded question. Luckily, there's no wrong or right way to answer this question. It's just hard. Really, that's just it. Just a difficult to ask question. Favorite movie of all time? Oh man, it just really depends on what time of. Just really depends on when you ask me. If you ask me next, if you ask me this very same question next year, my answer is gonna be different. You know what I mean? And it's not that like, oh, it just depends on where I'm at the moment. Because like I think of action, comedy, suspense, drama. I mean, what are we doing here? But of all time, I guess I would just have to go with like the one movie that I've watched the most, I suppose, which would be my favorite. Okay, if we went based off of how many times I've seen the movie, probably The Matrix. I've seen that movie an absurd amount of times. Absurd. So absurd, I don't even want to tell you how many. But because there was just like amazing movies when I was a kid, and there's amazing movies now, and The Green Mile. God, dude, that movie's so. There's so many. The Green Mile. I've seen a lot. I've watched a lot. You know, some of my favorite movies are movies that I've seen with other people. So like I do have like my favorite movies. I'll rewatch them with other people, but I only rewatch them if I can rewatch it with someone who's never seen it. If that makes sense. Kind of like how like y'all like watching my reactions to stuff. I like sitting in a room with another person and watching their reaction to my favorite shit. It's not a movie, but the Sherlock TV series with Benedict Cumberbatch is one of the best things I've ever seen. It's so good. Saving Private Ryan, Fight Club, Con Air. I mean, dude. I really, really, really have an unhealthy love for the movie Inception. I've seen it several times. Oh, what else? Fuck, man, I told you that was a hard question. Have I seen Interstellar? Yeah. Yeah. It's not my... I do like the science behind it and the visuals and stuff like that, but it's a long movie, man. And a bulk of the movie is spent showing us how these characters feel, which from a character development standpoint, that's good, but there's a lot of crying in the movie. And I was like, damn, man, I feel like I'm watching Spider-Man 3. Remember Spider-Man 3? So much crying in that movie. Let's see, MJ cried, Peter cried, Harry cried, Aunt May cried. Everybody was crying. But no, it was all right. Dude, to me, as far as like space travel, I like The Martian better than I liked Interstellar. If we're talking about like space movies and stuff like that. Yeah. And also, my favorite movies like that are like the more ridiculous ones, like Armageddon. Is that shit even possible? Probably not. That shit's and the science is way off for the most part. But I like movies like that. Deep Impact, however, was trash. I think as far as like a movie about an asteroid, Armageddon is where it's at. Oh, I forgot about American History X. See, that's what I'm talking about, dude. Like, there's so many. It's hard to. Again, you ask me this very same question next year, I'll probably say something completely different, or I'll probably say a list of completely different films and movies. Yo, no lie. The original, not the original, but like the 1990s Power Ranger movie with Ivan Ooze as the villain. I could say a whole bunch of fantastic films with Oscar-winning performances, but that movie right there, that made my whole childhood. Like, that made, like, teenage years and stuff like... Oh, dude. Ivan Ooze, that whole movie, man, that was so good. Favorite Marvel movie? Oh. Definitely nothing after Avengers Endgame. That's for sure. Fuck. It's gonna be a tie between... You said Marvel, bro, so and I'm gonna go way back here. The second Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire, with Doc Ock. My favorite movie. Favorite movie in Marvel. And that's a difficult choice, dude, because I almost said Iron Man, the first one. Tough choice, because I love Iron Man. One of my favorite characters. But that second Spider-Man movie, that was too good. Oh, fuck, dude. Grandma's Boy is in, like, my top 10 of comedies. For real. So many people sleep on Grandma's Boy. I don't know what it is. Gladiator with Cuba Gooding Jr. Dude, my favorite Cuba Gooding movie is it Men of Honor? Where he's the sailor that has and he has to deal with a lot of racism, and is that what it's called? That's my favorite movie by him. So good. That and Jerry Maguire. Oh, Radio. Oh my God, Radio. Another top 10 movie right there that I forgot about. Radio. Another favorite movie. Yeah, so good. The Punisher is your favorite Marvel movie? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I forgot about Pearl Harbor. He was in Pearl Harbor too? Fuck. Death at a Funeral. I think I saw bits and pieces to that. That's not a Tyler Perry movie, is it? I gotta be honest, man. When it comes to comedy, I'll tell you this: the only time I've ever been a fan of Tyler Perry and his comedy was when he brought Medea on stage. Y'all remember that? Tyler Perry hasn't always been in like a movie thing. Medea hasn't always been a movie thing. That shit started on stage in front of a live actual audience in like this auditorium. Whenever it was like, oh, dude, when I saw that, I was like, oh, this is hilarious, bro. This is absolutely fantastic. Very first time. But when it left the stage and it went into film, I was like, it really just did not hit the same. It didn't at all whatsoever. I was like, man, nah. And these days, all the movies are kind of the same for the most part. Oh, it wasn't a Tyler Perry movie. Didn't Death at a Funeral have like Eddie Murphy? And I think it was an ensemble of black actors, I feel. There was some wild shit happening. I think I've seen bits and pieces of that movie. Eddie Murphy back in the day. Yeah, dude, what was his best was Eddie Murphy Raw or some shit? You know that I still to this day have not seen the most recent Crow movie just because I didn't hear bad things, but I also didn't hear outstanding things about the film. And if there's nothing, and if I'm not hearing anything outstanding about the film, how could it be better than the original? You know? I don't know. Maybe when it's free or something and I get really bored. Because, like, the OG was phenomenal, and then I've only heard, like, just regular things, man. Just the nicest thing I've heard about that movie was that it was all right. It was okay. I enjoyed it for what it was. That's what I've heard. I didn't hear, like, oh my god, it's outstanding, true to the original, it pays homage, it's great. I heard none of that, and I was like, well, you know, I don't want to backtrack in the quality, so I'm just not going to watch it. So, oh, it was a British movie. Well, then no, I haven't seen it then. It just sounded like a movie that I have seen before that just had like an ensemble of black characters. It was basically showing like, you know, a black funeral and how that goes, right? I think maybe it's about something else. I don't know. Chris Rock and Kevin Hart. I really enjoyed Kevin Hart when he first hit the scene, and then his routine started to wane on me because it never evolved past his kids, which is fine, you know, if you can make that funny. But his routine never evolved past his kids and past him being small. You know what I mean? Which, again, when he first hit the scene, it was funny. It was hilarious. But as time went on, I was like, okay, Kevin, I get it. You're small, you know, you're tiny. It's hard for you to be friends with big people. I get it. It's really nothing. He doesn't really. As far as like a small guy, I prefer Cat Williams over Kevin Hart. So it for me, that would be Chris Rock and Cat Williams ahead of. Dude, there's so many comedians that I would put in front of Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart's funny, but I don't know, man. Kevin Hart doesn't hold shit to Dave Chappelle. Really, there's a lot of comedians that just don't hold anything to Dave Chappelle. And even if you don't think that Dave Chappelle is funny, bro, his ability to craft a story, his storytelling ability, his ability to keep you engaged with what he's saying, even if it's not funny, is like special to me. I like it. It's George Carlin. I'm actually glad he's no longer with us, so he doesn't have to see what comedy has turned into today, because he'd have some things to say. Robin Williams killed me as a kid, dude. I didn't see any of his later movies before he passed, but oh, dude, there was one special he did on HBO when I was a kid that oh, dude, I couldn't breathe. What? Okay. Right. Comedies of yesterday just are so much better than comedies of today. Guys, give me a recent comedy within the past 5 years that will literally have me howling of laughter. I'm not saying that to be facetious or talking shit. I just genuinely want to know, and for recommendations, because I like comedy movies. It's just, I don't know, comedy movies, they're They're not the same. Really. Patrice O'Neal's fantastic. You know who also? Ari Spears? Ari Spears is great. I love his impressions. He's super funny. That's what I was thinking, Katai. Like, I'm just trying to think of like recent comedy movies. I'm trying to think of a recent comedy movie that had me laughing as much as I laughed during The 40-Year-Old Virgin. Do y'all remember The 40-Year-Old Virgin? Oh my, I've seen that movie so many times. Man, not as much as The Matrix, but I've seen that movie so many times. I've put that movie on just to have something on while trying to fall asleep. It's just so funny. It's so funny. And I'm trying to think of like anything recent that came up that rivals that type of funny. Having a hard time. Lenny Bruce. I'm not familiar with him. I'm not familiar with him at all. See, look at that, man. The largest tornado in recorded history. And ain't that a bitch that I think tornadoes are specific to just us? You don't. Oh, you know what? Here we go. Who's y'all's favorite Batman? I'm not gonna lie. I might be in the minority here. I really enjoyed the most recent Batman movie with Robert Pattinson. I did. Tell me why you didn't. We got to see the actual detective side of Batman. You see some detective work in the other films, but there's a lot of action, there's a lot of fighting. In this movie, it was true detective work. You know what I mean? We all know Batman can fight, we all know he can brawl, but rarely do the movies actually dive super deep into the like, dude, we got to see Batman walking around a crime scene, talking to detectives that don't want him there. They detest his presence. And I'm just like, yo, I like this Batman. For the most part. Keaton. I'm not saying it's my favorite Batman. My favorite Batman is Christian Bale. Sorry. Keaton was good. Whoever did Bat Nipples, that was not good. Was that Val Kilmer? No. Wasn't that George Clooney? I don't know. However, here's the difference. And here's what a lot of people, like, I guess, don't realize is that back in the day with Keaton's Batman, Kilmer's Batman, and Clooney's Batman, yo, why did we watch those movies? Yeah, we watched the movie because of Batman, but why did we really watch those movies? The villains. The villains. The rogues gallery of fucking villains that Batman had, and they were all cool, they were all entertaining, they were all charismatic. Whereas in the Batmans of today, it's truly about Batman. Everything is about Batman. And yeah, the villains play their part, but today I feel people go to see The Dark Knight. Whereas in the Batman of yesterday, people in part did show up mainly because of the villains. But that's just me, you know. Robert Pattinson was my crush. Tell you what, Michelle Pfeiffer is Catwoman. Woo! Girl. Favorite Catwoman right there. Because the other... Anne Hathaway just seemed bland as Catwoman, really. And the Catwoman in Pattinson's Batman, what was it, Zoe Kravitz? She was just there, really. I mean, I don't really feel like she was anything special. I feel like she could have not been in the movie, and the movie still turns out the way it turned out. I don't really feel like she added much. I don't know. That's just... Hold on. Ugh. Ugh. Yo, thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate you, dude. Have a good sleep, whatever it is that you're about to do. See you in the next video or in the next stream. Probably video, because I'm going to take whatever we would do here today and upload it. Hell, maybe even go live tomorrow, the next day. I need to start going live more often, but the more I go live, the less I can edit. And the less I can edit, the less I can upload. So I kind of have to decide carefully what it is that I want to do, because I can only do one, right? If I decide to edit stuff and upload, that takes up so much time that I can't do a stream. And if I decide to do a stream, same thing, right? So I gotta pick and choose when I do each thing. Can't really spread it thin anymore. How the Winter Soldier beat the racism out of Captain America. I hate that they keep nerfing the Winter Soldier. They keep nerfing all my favorite characters from the old days. Thor got nerfed. Tony's dead. Captain America gave his shield to a lesser person, being Sam Wilson instead of Bucky Barnes, which makes more sense. The Hulk has been nerfed ever since the early 2000s because reasons. You can't have Edward Norton's Hulk in the same space as Captain Marvel, because he really could give Captain Marvel a run for her money. The old school Hulk. What else? What else got torn down in place of a snot-nosed ass chick character? They tried it with Madam Web. Y'all see that abomination? People were like, nah, pass. That's good. No. Tony might be Mr. Doom. Oh no, he's gonna be Mr. Doom. Am I going live for Halloween? Do y'all want a Halloween live stream? It won't be till later in the evening because I'm taking my niece trick-or-treating. And when I say later in the evening, I mean like, what time does trick-or-treating end for y'all and y'all's children? When I was a kid, and 30 minutes after the streetlights came on, you came home after trick-or-treating. At most, an hour after it got dark. And then you came home. So about like 8-ish? 7:30, 8. At the latest, 9. Wouldn't recommend having your kids out that late, especially with this cold ass weather, but Daredevil, Nightcrawler, Gambit, Martian Manhunter. I think I would like to see, out of those characters that I just mentioned, I'm most interested in Gambit. I've never really been like, I don't hate the character, but I'm not a super fan of Daredevil. And I've only seen like one variation of Nightcrawler, and that was in the X-Men movies. And he wasn't around for very long. And then Gambit's the most interesting to me. I was slightly disappointed in the Gambit that we got for Wolverine Origins. Remember how Gambit was in that right there at the very end before he fights Deadpool? That was like a pointless display of Gambit. Was it bad? No, not really. It was just like, why the fuck was he even... What was his purpose? Oh, his purpose was to chauffeur fucking Wolverine to the final battle. That was his only purpose, was to just transport. He did nothing. Could have not had him in the movie, and again, the movie would have turned out all the same. Right? So, it was like a pointless presence for that Gambit. And then the Gambit that we saw in the most recent Deadpool movie, I'd like to see more of that. Channing Tatum as Gambit, that was fun. To me, anyways. So. Speedy, I met. I like him more than Robin and Green Arrow. I like Green Arrow. Well, I like the Arrowverse on the CW up until like season 3. And then they completely fucked season 4. And then season 5 was okay. Season 6 was okay. Season 7 was like, alright, end it. And then season 8, they ended it. But yeah, like the first 3 seasons of Arrow, I was like, oh, dude, this is so good, man. And then after that, I was just like, okay, that ran its course very fast. What costumes am I gonna wear? Okay, so I've only taken my niece trick-or-treating twice. And I myself, because I don't have children, I haven't been trick-or-treating since I was actually a child, right? So I haven't dressed up for anything. Actually, I haven't gone trick-or-treating. Last year and the year prior was the first time I went trick-or-treating in over 10 years, so I don't wear anything. The last Halloween-related thing I went to was like 7 years ago, and it was a Halloween party, and I dressed up as Batman. And I didn't even dress up as Batman. It wasn't even an actual Batman costume. It was a Batman onesie. That's what I wore. And then my girlfriend at the time, she went with me. She dressed up as Harley Quinn. She wore makeup, crazy-ass hair. She had a fucking mental patient suit on or whatever. I might still have the photograph. I don't know. The Arrowverse version of Deathstroke rocked. Yeah, too bad that the writers didn't give him anything good to work with, really. Unceremoniously. You should match with your niece. How far away is Halloween? 3 days. I can't match with my niece. 3 days to find a firefighter costume? In my size? Because we ordered hers. Even if I ordered something like that, I don't think I'd get it in time. And I suppose I could go try to find an actual store here. I don't think they have a I don't think they have a Spirit here. At least I don't think. Spirit Halloween place or whatever. And I don't think that she'll care if I match or not. She hasn't really brought up the fact that I don't dress up or that my sister doesn't dress up or that, right? As long as she gets to dress up, that's all she really cares about. Maybe on the next one I'll dress up with her, but I don't even have time now. Is human stupidity a force multiplier or just greater than initially expected? With the existence of the internet and now the existence of AI, and as that gets better, it's going to be harder to tell between what's real and what's fake. I feel like it's a force multiplier. I feel like society will only get dumber. The dumbest person will get dumber as time goes on. You ever seen that movie Idiocracy? I feel like that's what's happening, just at a slower rate. Not everyone will become stupid like in that movie, but the amount of stupid people is just going to keep exponentially increasing. Or maybe that's just because we have so much constant access to the internet that we see all these stupid people and we feel like it's getting worse and we feel like they're getting dumber. Maybe they're not. That's just our perception of what we see because we see it so much. I don't know, bro. But I know one time we were watching this video about bad drivers and I brought up a question to the chat and I was like, guys, before the cell phone, did people still suck this fucking bad at driving? And they were all like, uh-huh. I was like, damn, fucking how? All you have to look at is the road. It's not like you're constantly changing radio stations. Back then, there was only one, right? So how are you a bad driver without all these distractions? Fucking morons. Now you add the distraction. Those morons are now even dumber. It's only a matter of time for... yeah. Ooh. The bear costume with Hunter from Super Trooper. What's a free costume that I can do without ordering? What's something I can do that would make sense that doesn't require much effort short of a ghost? But I don't even know if I want to do anything, bro. It's gonna be cold. Halloween costumes are not built to keep you warm. You need to watch that movie? What, Idiocracy? When you say soon, I feel like that implies that you've never seen it. You should watch it. Quite possibly Luke Wilson's best movie. And you're going to watch the movie and you're going to think to yourself, wow, this is a stupid-ass movie. But that's not the point. The point is that it truly resembles, sometimes, modern day life with other human people. So go as yourself. They'll assume you're going as a cartel member. Damn, that wouldn't hit, Vince. No, I mean, given dude, you know what I could do? That'd be too racist. Get away with that. Given my hair and given my facial hair and my actual hair, I could go dressed as the enemy that I went to war against all those years ago. But nah. There's a whole bunch of Kamala Harris signs lining the fucking street. I don't think I can get away with that. I don't think I can get away with that. And I don't really think too many people would understand and get it, and I'd have to explain it. I don't like explaining jokes, so... Will Hooters do trick-or-treat? I don't know, man. But I know I've seen a lot of girls go as Hooters chicks. Oh, I had this one friend that used to work at Hooters back in the day when I was younger. She got off work and just came with us trick-or-treating. I was like, you're in the right outfit. We don't even have to put slutty in front of your costume. Just Hooters chick. Because how do you make a Hooters outfit slutty? It's that by default, right? So you're just Hooters chick for Halloween. There's a t-shirt at Walmart that says, "This is my Halloween costume." I could just wear I could wear a baklava and just say I'm the Unabomber, all black, right? Or get like a long black trench coat. I think that's... How is DB Cooper dressed? I feel like I could dress as DB Cooper. No one would get it. Nobody. Just like wear a backpack as my parachute. I don't think anyone would get that though. And again, if I have to explain it, I don't want to do it. I remember converting a small trash can into a decent Mandalorian helmet. I feel like I would get that if I saw it. I wanted to dress as Dante from Devil May Cry. That's an expensive outfit. You might as well just fucking cosplay that shit 100% and go to Comic-Con. Because you can't do something like Dante half-assed as a costume. You know what I mean? My favorite costume as a kid, whenever I went trick-or-treating, was Scream. I had the robe and I had the mask, and the mask had a little tube that connected to the mask and went through the robe, and I could hold it in my hand, and it was shaped like a heart, and when you would squeeze it, it would send red liquid through the tube and into the mask, and the mask would drip blood. And I remember when I first got it, I snuck up on my then, I don't know, 4 or 5-year-old little sister. She was dressed as Pikachu for Halloween. I snuck up behind her with that bloody mask. I scared her so badly, dude, she didn't even want to go trick-or-treating anymore. I had to, like, convince her for 45 straight minutes to just, like, leave the house and come with me. And so, yeah. Does Comic-Con do Halloween? I don't see why they wouldn't. It's right up their alley. That would just make too much sense, right? They should do Halloween. Yo, who said they put a request in the Discord? Who said that? Let me check. Dungeon Soup Monster Mash. Okay, we did Robert Howard. Battle of Tora Bora, the hunt for Osama bin Laden. That hunt took forever. You know, me and my friends, when we were deployed, we would all make like jokes of what we would do if we caught Osama bin Laden before anybody else. Like a stroke of luck when we just fucking found this guy. And a couple of them, they were like, oh, I'd kill him. I'd torture him. Falcon, what would you do? I was like, I'm keeping this motherfucker alive. And I'm going AWOL with this motherfucker, and I'm selling him to the highest bidder. Really, for the most part. Looking back on it, I probably would have just killed him. Now, hindsight. But in that moment, I was like, well, I'm going to go AWOL with this man, because the military is not going to give me any money for this. I'm going to go AWOL with this man and sell him to someone that wants him. Either that wants him dead or wants his services. I'm making money from this motherfucker if I just so happen to find him. That's like finding a lottery ticket, right? You ain't just going to hold on to it or tear it up. No, you're going to go cash that bitch in. That's retarded. But that's what that's what was in my head at the time with the whole Osama bin Laden. At the forefront of my brain, I was like, I'll probably never run into this guy, but we can watch that if y'all want, but Roth isn't here. I suppose he could watch it back. Yeah. That is true. You have to fuck with your siblings. You just have to. Because otherwise, what are you going to talk about when you get older? Nothing. Instead, you can be like, hey, remember that one time where I put your head in the toilet and you cried like a little bitch? That's good times. That's good stuff. That's how it's supposed to go, right? Dude, I remember one time, it was picture day, and me and my sister were walking to the bus stop. Mind you, the bus stop is like right there in our front yard because there was a stop sign right there at the corner of where I lived. And that's where the bus would pick us up. We were walking to the bus stop. And bro, she said something to me, man. Like, I don't know what she said, but it was like the perfect statement. The perfect statement to piss me off. Dude. And I pushed her to the ground, and she scraped the top of her lip and started bleeding. And she had to go to picture day. She took a picture for picture day with a bloody lip because of me. I don't even remember what she said. All I know is that I just pushed her ass down, right? And that was like her most embarrassing moment. She had to go to picture day with a bloody lip, and she didn't even smile all the way either. She was like in that one, she was in limbo. She was like between smiling and crying in her photo. If I find it, dude, I will post it in Discord so y'all can see it, that I'm not lying. And yeah. And it happened so fast that she couldn't tell on me immediately because the house was right there. She could have just turned back around and went and told my mom. No. She waited till we got home. And when we got home, she told my mom and dad, "Oh my God, dude, my dad laid into me so hard. So hard." And I think I was grounded for like a whole week or something like that. You like that? She was mad. I bring it up to this day and she still gets pissy. Yeah, I saw that. Let me double check. God damn. I guess what do y'all want to do first? The Osama one or the fat electrician one? It's up to you guys. God, that looked awful. Did y'all see that new movie Tron? I knew that shit was gonna be terrible. How did I know that shit was gonna be terrible? It had Jared Leto. That's all I needed to know. As soon as I saw the trailer, I saw Jared, and I was like, "Yup, trash." And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It was indeed a hot pile of shit. Fucking A. It's just like certain actors, bro, that like if they're in the movie, you know it's gonna be bad. There's this one actress that I can't remember her name, very attractive Hispanic looking girl. She played the lead in this TV show called Quantico. Bro, that show was trash. And then every movie that she starred in after that TV show was subsequently shit. Now, I avoid anything that lady plays in because I don't think that it's definitely the director and the writer, but like she be choosing trash ass shit. So to go see her with anything in it, you're gonna go see a bad film. That's just pretty much it. Ugh. Hold on, guys. I got. Oh, dude. I gotta do this. In the morning. Okay. Reschedule to earlier appointment. Oh, I hope this goes through. Dude, oh my God, how fast do I have to be? These fucking people. Dog. Fucking VA. Osama. Let's do Osama first, because it is technically shorter. Operations room. Okay. I just got a text from VA. Second time that this has happened. I fucked up the first time, right? They were like, VA can see you sooner. Text this if you want to get the earlier appointment. And it happened like 2 weeks ago. And I didn't see the text message till 30 minutes later. And so I sent it. And they were like, what was it? They were like, sorry, but earlier appointments are no longer available. Meaning someone probably beat me to the punch, right? Well, I just got a text message at 4:27. I responded 4:28. We're sorry, but the earlier appointment is no longer available. Who did it faster than me? I did it in less than 60 seconds. Who fucking... Jesus. Enjoy that earlier appointment, motherfucker. Ugh. Oh, it's an animated documentary. Fuck yeah. All right. You know, one thing I am sad about the whole us killing Osama bin Laden is that I wish that it could have been Donald Trump to give us the news about Osama's death. Because remember when he gave us the news of, what was it, Gaddafi? You remember that? Hilarious. If Donald would have been the one to deliver us the news of Osama. We got him, folks. He cried like a little bitch. We sent in our finest. Navy SEALs. Got his ass. Man, that would have been hilarious. All right.
Thanks to this week's sponsor, Rec Watches. Rec Watches specializes in unique timepieces made from reclaimed materials that carry historic, legendary, or heroic stories for enthusiasts who want to carry a piece of legendary history with them. They have some really interesting watches, and I'm excited to share their limited edition timepiece, the Habu. The Habu incorporates titanium from the legendary SR-71 Blackbird number 617956, B variant, the most flown SR-71 with 1,454 missions and 3,967 flight hours. While stationed in Okinawa, SR-71s were nicknamed Habu after the region's venomous pit viper. The lower dial of the Habu timepiece integrates authentic SR-71 titanium, sourced from the aircraft's inner engine nacelle.
They look so fucking cool, don't they?
Exhaust ejectors, also known as turkey feathers. By incorporating this rare titanium...
As a child, this was my favorite aircraft for no other reason than the fact that it looked so cool. It looked cooler than all of the other planes. That was my whole mindset as a child. These days, yeah, I'm probably choosing the F-35 over this. This thing is badass in its own right, but have y'all seen an F-35 do F-35 stuff?
The Habu watch creates a tangible link to aviation history, celebrating the daring innovation behind this legendary aircraft.
Yeah.
Each watch is unique and is a living testament to history, sure to spark conversations. Designed in Denmark and crafted in Switzerland, every Rec timepiece is naturally limited by the availability.
This ad is about a fucking watch? Oh my god. I don't know why we were getting information. I guess I wasn't paying attention. I knew it was an ad. Right, but I thought this was like a subscription to like a history site, or you can get all the history of these planes at this site right here. Click the link and get It's about a fucking timepiece.
Of its historic components, The Habu series
Subverted the shit out of my expectations.
is available exclusively at recwatches.com/timepieces/Habu.
You see that coming.
Head over to their website linked on screen and in the video description below to check them out. Thanks again to Rec Watches for sponsoring this video. After 2 days of climbing in the thin air, the 4 American operators reached their vantage point, staring into the Milawa Valley in eastern Afghanistan. Scattered across the rocky floor and cut into the mountain walls is a web of trenches, bunkers, and fortified caves. Osama bin Laden dreams of making his final stand in the Tora Bora Mountains. His Al-Qaeda fighters have created a fortress fit for the purpose, but for the men of CIA Team Jawbreaker, it's open season. Their Afghan guides defend the approaches to the peak, as Team Sergeant Joe...
My question is, though, man... There were so many people, and there was definitely a couple countries that had a hand in 9/11. Why go after Osama in specific and not these other perpetrators that probably had a bigger hand? I just really do feel like in all of this, Osama was the scapegoat. He was like the poster child for terrorism. He wasn't I don't really feel like he was funding it. He was just the face of it, man. The actual perpetrators, we haven't done shit to them, man. We really haven't. When you think about it, we haven't done shit to the actual people that put this plan into motion, right? It's like, it's one thing that you shot that person, but I want to know who gave that person the gun, right? Who gave that motherfucker the gun and said, go shoot that person? We already know that the person that pulled the trigger is a piece of shit. Who gave you the weapon and told you to do it? That's who I want to know. That's who I want to get at. And it's just like, I'm glad we got this fucker, but we focused on him hard. Is it because we really can't do shit to the other people that are actually at fault? Right? We can't actually raise a hand to them? I don't know.
O'Keefe, an Air Force combat controller, prepares the teams.
That's what you're doing for Halloween? You're going to Vegas? Well, this is the last time we see J-Dog, guys. Say your goodbyes. Be safe, man.
Deadliest weapon, a SOFLAM laser designator. He eases the crosshairs over a bunker a couple of thousand meters away and paints it. Just minutes later, the mountain air is split by a sound like ripping linen. A 2,000-pound paveway lands right on the mark. The pair of US Navy F-14 Tomcats unleash more laser-guided bombs at O'Keefe's command.
Probably fucking J-Dams.
A fully loaded B-1B Lancer checks in next, and soon, dozens of aircraft are operating over Tora Bora.
Oh my god.
All under the command of one man and his laser designator.
Oh my god.
Over the next 56 hours, the team will call in a staggering...
The pilots were feasting. Oh my goodness. They were like, it's open season, boys! Oh my goodness. I knew that we got Osama. I just didn't know that all of this shit was what led up to that. Good lord.
380 tons of airdrops.
The pilots were like, I'm sick of these motherfucking mountains in this motherfucking country. Activated their Samuel L. Jackson fucking aura and just wrecked everything.
Munitions, pulverizing fighting positions, smashing through caves, and killing untold scores of Al-Qaeda militants. At their headquarters, Jawbreaker's commander and New York native, Gary Bernstein, listens to the avalanche of airstrikes with grim satisfaction. One word kept pounding in my head: revenge. Jawbreaker's strikes have kicked off what is hoped to be the final stage of...
That's so much ordnance. Oh my god. So much ordnance.
Operation Enduring Freedom.
I'm jealous that I didn't get to see it for myself.
The United States intervention in Afghanistan started less than a month after the September 11th attacks, on the 7th of October.
I gotta hear this again, sorry.
It's hoped to be the final stage of Operation Enduring Freedom. The United States intervention in Afghanistan started less than a month after the September 11th attacks, on the 7th of October 2001. Within weeks, a handful of US and Allied special forces what is hoped to be the final stage of Operation Enduring Freedom. The United States intervention in Afghanistan started less than a month after the September 11th attacks, on the
Okay.
7th of October 2001.
We got there fast as fuck, boy.
Within weeks, a handful of US and allied special forces, working with anti-Taliban militias, toppled the Taliban government and seized Kabul.
I wonder how many civilians in Afghanistan that didn't really give a rat shit about the existence of America or even what we stand for. I wonder how many civilians in Afghanistan, they saw the towers fall and they were like, fuck. They're gonna know it's us. They're gonna know it's someone from here. They're coming. They're on their fucking way. God damn it. Because, you know, I went over there, man. There's people that want no part of whatever's going on here. They're just trying to live their lives. They're just normal, everyday people. They chill. They get drunk. They get stoned. They go to work. They do life, dude. And I can't imagine how many of those very same people, they saw the towers fall and they were like, we're fucked, man. This is gonna suck. The next, I guarantee they didn't think we'd be there for 20 years, but...
Bull. But the world's most wanted man, Osama bin Laden, is still on the run. US intelligence assesses that surviving Taliban and Al-Qaeda leaders are fleeing to Tora Bora, next to the Pakistani border, long a training ground and safe haven for bin Laden's group. He has planned this battle for years and has chosen his ground carefully. The task of hunting them down falls first to Team Jawbreaker, made up of field personnel drawn from the Counter-Terrorism Center and the Secretive Special Activities Division.
CIA and SOF. That's terrifying. If I'm in this area right here, and someone tells me that there's a special operations force to my east, and a CIA element to my north, shitting my pants.
It's led by hard-charging CIA field officer Gary Bernstein. He delegates the Tora Bora operation to part of the force designated Jawbreaker Juliet, under the command of a Texan and former Marine known only as George. US Central Command's entire strategy centers on having as few troops in Afghanistan as possible, so the locals are to take the lead. Jawbreaker Juliet arrives in Jalalabad to link up with the friendly militia leader called
Holy, I've been there before. Jalalabad?
Hazrat Ali.
We just called it J-Bad for short.
Ali is an experienced warrior, having successfully resisted the Taliban for the last 5 years. Also brought
I want that guy on my team.
aboard is Haji Zaman, freshly arrived from his exile in Paris. He claims to be able to raise 1,000 men.
Go get him.
As officers, we risk a lot.
Go get him. Go get the family. Bring La Familia. It's time to destroy this fuckboy. And I love how eager they were. Bro, I'm telling you, they knew. They were like, they saw the towers fall and they were like, God damn it, I know it was fucking I know it was Osama. I know it was Osama. He has forsaken us. Fuck this guy. When the Americans get here, we're gonna help him. We're gonna help look for this motherfucker so we can get him the fuck out so that the Americans can leave. Faster the Americans leave, the better off our country will be. Technically. Kind of. Because we did keep some of these evil motherfuckers at bay from the civilian population while we were there. But still, they'd rather not have us than have us, I feel. That's the sentiment I always got. The way they looked at us, they were like, yeah, y'all might be helping, but we still don't want you here. We really don't like you all that much. We're not willing to kill you like the other guys, but still. I feel like that was the sentiment. And so... oh, fuck me. I should have just let that ad play.
The two Afghans are from different tribes, and both view each other with deep suspicion. Both seek political influence in a post-Taliban Afghanistan, a rivalry that at times seems...
Oh, so y'all are trying to gain political influence so that y'all can be politicians, but y'all can't do that because of all the political violence that exists within the country. So you got to get rid of the motherfuckers that would try to unseat you, I suppose, so that you can make the country better. But with these motherfuckers, you're not going to make any headway as far as politics with these motherfuckers here because they'll target you. So, yeah.
More important than finding bin Laden. Their uneasy coalition forms the Eastern Alliance, which Jawbreaker will need to hold together.
They just want to break resistance so that they can make the country better. The CIA is actually looking for bin Laden. They could give a shit either way, whether they find him or not.
On the 4th of December, as O'Keefe and his team keeps up the aerial barrage, Hazrat Ali attacks without coordinating with the Americans or the rest of the Eastern Alliance militia.
I'm sorry, I gotta go back and listen to that one more time.
On the 4th of December, as O'Keefe and his team keeps up the aerial barrage, Hazrat Ali attacks without coordinating with the Americans or the rest of the Eastern Alliance
You're gonna get fucked up by Danger Close by doing that.
militias. Al-Qaeda fighters man mountaintop observation posts of their own, and Ali's forces, exposed at the foot of the mountains, are driven back by devastating fire from pre-sighted mortars and T-62 tanks. To provide more direct support, Ali is assigned ODA 572, a team of 12 US Army Green Berets. On the 7th of December, half of the team relieves the 4-man Jawbreaker team, establishing observation post Cobra Alpha north of the Malawa Valley. The other half infiltrates into the mountains to the west, creating a second observation post, codenamed Cobra Bravo, staring into—
You know how annoyed the Taliban have to be right now on these mountains? It's like, these aircrafts are like mosquitoes that won't die. Pretty much. You ever been at a barbecue, you got one fucking mosquito or 3 or 5 flies fucking with you, right? You manage to take out like 3 or 4, but the others just like go away or linger, or you just leave the area. Yeah, no, there's nowhere for them to go. They can't move. They kind of just have to take this. They have to take it. And there's nothing they can do about it. They can't shoot these things down. That'd be the luckiest RPG shot of all time.
to the depth of Al-Qaeda's defenses. While intelligence is confident that Al-Qaeda's leadership and potentially bin Laden are holed up in the valley, little else is certain. The Taliban are in disarray, but still battle-hardened. Al-Qaeda at this time is the world's most formidable terrorist group, formed—
Battle-hardened. Really? Are they, though? It's easy to hide inside of a fucking cave for 18 weeks and call yourself invincible. You little... I'm gonna put a bell on you. Go. What are you doing? Oh, look at those vampire teeth. Alright, let your Theo work. Go get your tablet. Beso. Abrazo. I love you.
I'm watching TV.
Bendición. Te bendiga.
I'm watching TV.
You're watching TV? Alright, cool. Go. What are you watching? Spirit Rangers? Go. Huh? Take that out of your mouth, girl. I can't understand you. Creature cases. Go watch your creature cases. Your Theo will be out there in a little while.
Okay, dude.
So stop calling me dude. Go.
Okay, dude.
Go. Stop calling me dude. Hey, shut the door. I didn't even hear her come in here, dude. Fuck.
by devoted jihadists from across the Islamic world. No one knows how many defend the crags and caves of Tora Bora, with estimates ranging from 300 to as many as 3,000.
I don't even remember the last thing I said, so let's...
On the other hand, the Eastern Alliance fighters now surrounding the Tora Bora mountains have little motivation for the upcoming battle. According to one warlord, "My father told me, just go. We got there. I don't know what for. We had no food or anything." Unbelievably, many of the Haji Zaman's local fighters had been paid to help build Al-Qaeda's fortifications in the valley, and are still fond of the Saudi-born terrorist. In the desire to not put US troops on the ground, American leadership is attacking with deeply unmotivated, and in a lot of cases pro-Al-Qaeda fighters. While the Green Berets are getting into the fight, Zaman sends some of his men into Tora Bora and warns bin Laden of the coming attack, giving him 3 days to surrender or leave. Zaman believes this to be what is known as his Pashtun responsibility, a traditional code of conduct emphasizing honor unknown to his American visitors. Bernstein is concerned that bin Laden could slip across the mountains and over to Pakistan, and preventing this is not a task he trusts his newfound allies to do. He requests the deployment of 800 US Army Rangers to block the mountain passes, but this is declined.
Why?
General Tommy Franks at CENTCOM is worried that by introducing large numbers of US troops, they will alienate their Afghan allies. However, Jawbreaker is not
What?
declined. General Tommy Franks at CENTCOM is worried that by introducing large numbers of US troops, they will alienate their Afghan allies.
I don't know what that means.
However, Jawbreaker is not completely alone. A new day brings new allies, as
I feel like that would simply just embolden the allies even more. Like, oh man, we got help. Not only do we have help, we have rangers. Not only do we have help and rangers, we have a lot of them. How would that alienate the allies? I don't know, man. You're high rank. Maybe you know something I don't.
Jawbreaker is reinforced by Task Force 11, commanded by Major Thomas Greer. Task
And
Force
if this fucker slips into Pakistan, you can't get him. So, I mean,
11 is composed of around
we killed him, but still.
40 operators, primarily from the US military's premier Special Operations Unit, Delta Force, augmented by 12 men from the United Kingdom's Secretive Special Boat Service.
Nice.
Meeting at Hazrat Ali's headquarters, a schoolhouse in the foothills to the north, George urges him to attack. Waiting only gives bin Laden more time to escape. The self-styled general is hesitant. He demands more airstrikes and is concerned that if any of the newly arrived special forces are killed, the Americans will blame him.
So this website that I'm on,
Dude, imagine how fast this would have gone had the whole world never agreed to stop using nuclear weapons. Because if you can just get a roundabout area of where he might be located, you know what I mean? I can't imagine very many civilians are in these areas. It might just all be fighters. And at the end of the day, it's just mountains and dirt. Not really taking away any property. But hey, we do that, someone else might do it, and yeah, it's not good. But just imagine, had we never had that conversation, made that agreement, this would have been over ages ago. Oh shit.
Take care of itself. To encourage Ali, George offers to use the largest bomb in the US inventory, the BLU-82 Daisy Cutter, to kickstart the attack, as well as a considerable cash incentive. As the Eastern Alliance prepares the next day's action, bin Laden sleeps soundly in a bunker on the valley floor. He made his name fighting the Soviets in Afghanistan in the 1980s, lionized by the Arab press after the relatively minor Battle of Jarji. The Sheik, as he is called by
Yeah, we're not the Russians, dog.
his men, is confident he can recreate his earlier victory. But his rest turns to horror as, unable to move, he watches a deadly
Motherfucker thought that he could fend off a superior fighting force in modern times. Well, more modern than when it was whenever he fought the Russians. All sense of security.
scorpion crawl into his dugout. He bolts awake from the nightmare. Deeply spiritual, he sees the dream as a premonition of danger and abandons the bunker. Hazrat Ali, George, and other fighters gather on a ridge on the early morning of
Wow, that's where he was at? Oh my god. Look how close. Dog. That's where you were.
crawl into his dugout. As to horror, as, unable to move, he watches a deadly scorpion crawl
Hold on.
as he is called by his men, is confident he can recreate his earlier victory. But his rest turns to horror as, unable to move, he watches a deadly scorpion
Unable to move? Do you have sleep paralysis?
crawl into his dugout. He bolts
He
awake
did have dialysis, but
from the nightmare. Deeply spiritual, he sees the dream as a premonition of danger and abandons the bunker. Hazrat Ali, George, and other
that is so absurd. That is so absurd you couldn't make that shit up. And if you did, that would be a stupid fucking plot. It really would. That would be terrible writing. The reason that he left a really easy position for the enemy, us, to cap his ass was because he saw a scorpion in his bed, and because he's really spiritual, he decided to leave that area and retreat deeper into enemy territory. If you write that, that movie is bad. You can't even make that shit up. What?
Fighters gather on a ridge on the early morning of the 9th of December. The atmosphere
Look how close he was to CIA, Task Force 11, Special Forces, Delta Force. Look how close he was. And because of a goddamn scorpion, he's just like, nah, I gotta get back. I gotta get back. Not the fact that there's CIA out there. Nah, this scorpion, that's bad juju. Fucking weird Osama.
electric with anticipation. They watch with bated breath as an MC-130 combat Talon drones
I bet you Osama, like, did astrology. Bet you he talked about how he was a Scorpio or some lame bullshit.
over the valley. The
Or maybe not, but if he was American, he would definitely be into astrology, that's for sure.
daisy cutter tumbles from the rear ramp. The enormous 15,000-pound bomb detonates, the shockwave cracking across the valley.
That is absolutely insane. They dropped it right where he was, but because he saw a fucking scorpion in his bed, he was like, nah, this don't feel right. And he got out. That was the kill shot. And on some weird bullshit. That's crazy.
500 meters of ground is completely scorched, and shrapnel lands kilometers away. Insurgents in the neighboring caves hesitantly emerge from cover. The bunker complex has been vaporized. Watching in awe with them is Osama bin Laden. The Americans don't realize how close they were. Yet, several kilometers away, the daisy cutter is less impressive. Just a puff of dust and a rumble.
Why he didn't just hightail it straight to Pakistan after that bomb came literally inches away from killing him? Guys, a bomb of that magnitude, that you're inches away, pretty much. Even if those inches equate to actual miles, you're inches away from that. Like, look how close that was. Why he didn't hightail it across the border at this particular moment, I don't know. Maybe ego. Or maybe he was feeling himself like, ha, they missed. I'm a genius. I'm good. I'm just going to keep moving around, or just, there's no way they'll find me. All right.
Ali and his fighters are underwhelmed, expecting a massive fireball. To make matters worse, the Afghans' radios burst to life with panicked chatter. Several of the militiamen ignored the danger area and were too close to the bomb. Ali's confidence in American firepower is deeply shaken. George rustles up more air cover. 3 B-52 Stratofortresses arrive within the hour, plastering surrounding hills with over 100 Mark 82 bombs, but the general decides to hold off another day. The long-awaited attack commences on the 10th of December. Given just 5 minutes warning, Major Greer dispatches.
Let's just say they do kill Obama. Let's say they do kill Osama on that first strike. What are their plans for verifying the death? Because let's just say that they did take him out on that first strike. These carpet bombs right here are irrelevant. Wasting munitions at this point. Americans don't know this, but how do we go about figuring out if we actually did get him? I mean, dude, we're unleashing hell on this area, right? So at what point do you decide, all right, let's go see if he's dead? I don't know. How would y'all be able to tell?
3 men, A-Team leader Hopper, Admiral and Air
All right, we're moving now.
Force Combat Controller, and Adam Khan, CIA translator and former Marine. Their orders are simple: go where the general goes, provide close air support, and kill as many Al-Qaeda as you can.
Wild.
Designated Jackal Team, they bounce up the mountain road in their battered Toyota, catching up with the mass of Eastern Alliance fighters. The Afghan column is halted, exposed on the track, waiting for a T-55 tank to clear a disabled self-propelled AA gun off the road. Khan doesn't like what he sees and eases their truck into cover. No sooner are the 3 men on foot, Al-Qaeda mortar fire rains down. The Americans dive for the dirt,
Yeah, that's kind of annoying. Y'all had to, like, waste time getting this broken down vehicle out of the road.
while militia mill about. One group clumps together.
If the enemy was smart, they would have rigged that vehicle that y'all have to tow out of the way with explosives. Doesn't kill everyone, but it's definitely disorienting. And why is this one guy right here in this animation in the prone position? Y'all notice that? What does he see that all of these other guys don't? I'm sorry, here we go.
Together aimlessly until an 82mm round lands in their midst.
Oh shit.
After several tense minutes, the tank finally
Yeah, see, there it is. Yeah, they definitely took my advice there. They didn't rig the vehicle, but they did have coverage on it. So as soon as they saw them trying to move that vehicle so they could go through, they unleash hell on this element.
muscles the AA
That's smart.
vehicle off the road, and the advance resumes. The mountain path narrows,
Disorienting, but you won't kill everybody with it, so
so the force abandons
fire
their
up
transport.
those small arms.
General Ali is nowhere to be seen. With no clear leader, the Americans attempt to organize random groups of Afghans. A well-placed Al-Qaeda
God, you know how hard it is to... That in itself is a whole ass mission.
PKM machine gun pins down the militia, who clump together behind cover in large vulnerable groups, blindly firing their Kalashnikovs and RPGs in the general direction of the enemy.
Because that's all they know how to do.
Their style of
They can't aim for fuck.
fighting is largely performative, impressive to the hundreds of Western journalists swarming the country, but hardly decisive.
Just know that most of the Americans that died to the hands of Al-Qaeda and Taliban, just know that 95% of the time, it was on accident. They didn't actually... A lot of us, when we pull the trigger, man, we're aiming at what we decide to kill, right? These people, it's just... Did I hit something? Oh, I did. I hit that guy. That's what it is. It's usually on accident. When these people kill us or shoot us or injure us, and it's not an IED, it's usually on accident. It's usually on accident. These people aren't great or good or efficient on purpose. They're just not. Believe you me.
Meanwhile, Delta Force's mantra is speed, surprise, and violence of action. Admiral vectors a pair of Navy FA-18s onto the machine gun nest, obliterating it with a salvo of 1,000-pound JDAMs.
Oh!
Rocks crash down the mountainside
That shakes the whole earth, bro. Those JDAMs.
as the Americans rush forward. Khan manages to corral a group of Afghans to come with him. Supported by more airstrikes, Jackal Team thrusts relentlessly into the heart of Tora Bora. But as the sun sinks lower in the sky, more and more of the Eastern Alliance fighters slip away, back down the mountain.
I don't think you guys realize just how insane this is. You're pushing forward on the enemy while engaging the enemy, while air support bombards the enemy at danger close, and you're pushing towards these bombardments. Y'all have any idea how crazy this is?
Signal specialists back at the schoolhouse intercept a startling message. Bin Laden is surrounded. Listening in to Al-Qaeda radio traffic, they locate Bin
Not really. He can still retreat and get away, but yes, technically surrounded.
Laden's position to within 10 meters, but he's on the move. George and Major Greer exchange a glance, not needing a word. The 33 Delta Force operators lock and load, clamber aboard their vehicles, and set off like hounds released from the slips.
Bro, oh my god.
Climbing up the dirt road, they meet a column of trucks and Toyotas coming the other way. The lead vehicle stops, and General Ali warmly greets the Delta Force officer. Neither he nor even his guide have any idea what he's saying. As quickly as they appear, they're gone. The Pashto-speaking guides figure out
General Ali, where the fuck are you going? The battle's the opposite direction.
what's happening. It's the holy month of Ramadan, and the Eastern Alliance has abandoned the battlefield to break the fast. In accordance with Islamic tradition, Muslims must fast through the day, and then ceremonially break the fast and eat at home with their family.
Yeah, they do this. However, I feel that some things in life are just sometimes a little too important That's where General Ali's going. That's lucky for us, or unlucky for Osama. The Americans have no such traditions. We are not pausing your impending death for religion. Nah, you die, bro.
For the Afghan militiamen, war and the pursuit of the world's most wanted terrorist does not interrupt this, another failing of cultural understanding by the American commanders. Jackal Team is now alone, trapped behind enemy lines.
Well, I mean, we only had one opportunity to capture this motherfucker. I mean, it's just bad luck that Ramadan just so happened to coincide with this attack. And you only had one chance. You only had one opportunity. You only had one window in time to get this. And I get it. But it's like a once in a lifetime thing, man. I truly, not my religion, but I think you can go one day, right? I don't know.
Around them. Unsure if it's nervous allies or flanking Al-Qaeda fighters, the three operators take cover in a brace of trees. All but 5 of the Eastern Alliance fighters have vanished. The tribal militants desperately blaze away at the shadows, until Adam Khan angrily orders a ceasefire, berating them for revealing their position. Hopper settles their nerves by showing the 5 militants his night vision goggles. Admiral talks an AC-130 Spooky onto the machine gun behind them, but a low base of cloud obscures the target. With no air support, Hopper makes the call. They signal the code word Warpath, alerting the task force that they are surrounded and attempting to break out. With that, they creep along the rock face and into the darkness. Further down the mountain, tracer fire cracks around Task Force 11. Taking cover, they realise that the wave of gunfire isn't aimed at them. Al-Qaeda fighters on the ridgelines and hills are firing at something else. What is anyone's guess, but it means they're oblivious to the Delta team right beneath them.
Wasting ammo, too.
The Warpath call forces Greer to a decision point. He had planned to link up with the Eastern Alliance that supposedly had Bin Laden surrounded, but there's no sign of such a force. He can go for Bin Laden's suspected position 2,500 meters away, or he can search for his men, missing in a mountain range, crawling with enemies and equally dangerous allies. The Major concludes, "We'll have another shot at Bin Laden. We need to concentrate on recovering our boys first." They stealthily weave through the chaos towards Jackal Team's last known location, ignoring the crump of mortars and the constant chatter of gunfire all around. Greer's force picks up Jackal's radio transmissions and locates them. Hopper, Admiral and Khan are in good shape, having bribed and negotiated their way past Eastern Alliance stragglers. Only 2 of the Afghans are left with them. With Task Force 11 back together, they return back down the mountain to the schoolhouse, but it's a night Major Thomas Greer will second guess for the rest of his life. After ceding all of their day's gains back to Al-Qaeda at night, the Eastern Alliance is back in action on the 11th of December. Both General Ali
They could have had it right there, and because of fucking Ramadan, bro, they couldn't complete the mission.
and Haji Zaman have their sights set on Hill 2685.
Had they had General Ali's help, maybe that turns out differently.
The warlords hold competing press conferences at the foot of the mountains for the assembled international media before they lead their forces in a race for the summit. Forming a steady cab rank of air support, Hornets and Tomcats from carriers in the Gulf of Oman, and B-1 and B-52 strategic bombers flying from Diego Garcia constantly check in. They dispense their precision-guided bombs on anything designated by the Green Berets, then check out. Al-Qaeda fighters impotently fire RPGs skyward, trying to hit the aircraft circling thousands of feet.
They call this the Battle of Tora Bora. Bro, this is a war inside of a war.
Out of range.
Fuck a battle.
Zaman's fighters reach the summit of Hill 2685 first, and clear the trenches of surviving Al-Qaeda fighters with surprising ruthlessness. A dejected Ali holds the lower ridges around the peak, yet the loss of the hill and the unrelenting airstrikes shakes Bin Laden's confidence. For the lightly equipped Al-Qaeda fighters, conditions are dire. With a steady snowfall, the temperature sits at -10 degrees Celsius. almost all of their water supply has frozen. Lighting fires will only invite American bombs. Despite media depictions of vast underground complexes, the fortifications are unable to withstand the bombardment, and casualties are mounting. Injured men are perishing overnight of otherwise survivable wounds. Al-Qaeda only has
Propaganda. Telling the rest of the world, nah, we're good. The Americans aren't fucking us up that bad. No, dude, we are raping y'all.
one doctor, and are so short of supplies that he is forced to perform surgery with
Capital R.
scissors. Coalition
No
forces
condom.
listen in as bin Laden broadcasts a somber message. I am sorry for getting you involved in this battle. If you can no longer resist, then you may surrender with my blessing. The crisis is weighing heavily on the Sheikh himself. With airstrikes reverberating across the mountains, he sits down to write his last will and testament. He thanks his 4 wives for their support and apologizes.
Oh, that's funny. He had to write 4 whole fucking letters, man.
To his sons.
Or maybe he addressed all of them in one letter. I feel like that's what I would do. And maybe my favorite wife would get her own personal letter, and then the other 3 would just get, like, I don't know, and already typed one up that I copy and pasted, but...
his absence. He begs them not to follow his path of jihad and to stay away from Al-Qaeda.
Hold on, he wrote that to his children?
And apologizes to his sons for his absence. He begs them not to follow his path of jihad and to stay away from Al-Qaeda.
If this was your belief, then why did you even... You're no good to your kids now, Osama. If this was your belief, couldn't you have started doing good prior to all of this, man? Talking to a dead person here, but you know what I'm saying? Because I didn't know that he left letters for his sons. Don't follow my path. Does that really sound like someone who truly believed in what he was doing his whole life? Because if he truly believed it, he would have told his sons, avenge me, follow my path, and crush the despicable Americans. He didn't do that. And unlike Hitler, he actually took his punishment from Americans. So that doesn't sound like someone who's fully invested in the cause. Saying like, oh, this isn't what it was, stay away from these people, they'll corrupt you, they'll take you down a path and a life of destruction.
Determined not to repeat the first Nice debacle, Major Greer creates a force to seize and hold key vantage points. The first such mission support site is designated MSS Grinch.
That sounds fake. I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not, but like, that just doesn't make sense, right? I would fully expect him to be like, all right, sons, fucking carry the Bin Laden name and keep destroying, I guess. I don't know. It just doesn't even sound right.
Led by a man known only as Sergeant Major Jim. Consisting of 25 Delta and 4 SBS operators, an assault team and snipers, their mission is to push deeper into the mountains, taking over...
Or maybe he's lying and he didn't have a change of heart and he just said that because he didn't want his children to look at him differently, I guess. Some would say that he had a change of heart at the very end, or maybe he's just trying to save face.
Forward air control duty from the Green Berets. As Grinch joins Saman's men on Hill 2685, the Army Special Forces score one last victory. They spot the troublesome Al-Qaeda
I do wonder how his sons feel about damn near the whole world celebrating the death of their father, though.
mortars on their thermal sights. They calculate their position and vector in an orbiting AC-130. They watch with satisfaction as the aerial
Probably the same way we felt whenever we saw them celebrating the fall of the towers.
barrage ignites secondary explosions from the mortar pits. Unbeknownst to the Americans, Zaman and Al-Qaeda are negotiating. They aren't aware that culturally for the Afghan warriors, negotiating a conditional surrender, allowing the enemy to lay down their weapons and walk away, is traditionally how battles end.
Nah, dude. You either deliver us Osama, or we are going to run through your whole fucking army. with malicious intent. But they probably won't do that. You don't negotiate with terrorists, bro. Ever. And not even while you're on the battlefield. Fuck that.
Morning of the 12th of December, Adam Khan, with MSS Grin,
We're watching the Battle of Tora Bora. It's the hunt for Osama bin Laden, where we dropped a metric fuck ton of ordnance via aircrafts on this mountain range. And hell, we almost killed Osama on the very first strike. And this little bastard scurried away at the last second and missed getting hit with a 500-pound bomb. Why did he scurry away at the last second? Because he saw a scorpion in his bed while he was sleeping, and he saw that as a bad omen. So he left. That's what caused him to not get hit with hatred by America. He still got, but not on the first time. There's a lot of stuff in here that I had no idea about, that I had no clue about, simply because whenever President Obama came out and said that we got him, that's all I really needed to hear. I was like, fuck yeah, we got him. Fuck that guy. Cool. Nice work. Firm handshakes all around. Let's move on. I didn't know any of this shit. However, a lot of this stuff was probably redacted for a long time. Until it wasn't.
overhears the news of the ceasefire on the Afghan radios, noting that they agreed with Al-Qaeda that the Americans are not to advance.
It wasn't easy being
Fucking agreement. At least in my opinion. That's... The agreement was... You don't fuck with America, but you violated that agreement. So... No. That's you get hit by the long dick of American law and justice. There is no...
Sergeant Major Jim orders his men to get moving, but Zaman's fighters surround them, leveling their Kalashnikovs. Khan manages to ease the standoff, but Zaman insists that the team stays put. News of the ceasefire spreads rapidly.
Y'all know we can kill y'all in the blink of an eye, right? Without even breathing, but alright. Let's play your stupid ass idea and see how that goes. Yeah, let's start negotiating.
Jawbreaker Commander, CIA officer
Once you drop a 500-pound bomb, we're done negotiating. It's like...
Gary Bernstein, with bin Laden almost in his grasp.
And look, while you motherfuckers want to goddamn negotiate and make deals with Al-Qaeda, look where Osama's going. Further into enemy territory, closer to the fucking border.
Rages over the radio. No ceasefire, no negotiation.
Yeah.
We continue airstrikes.
You fuckers. And I swear to turn your guns on me one more goddamn time, I'll kill you here and say you are the enemy. Dog, you're hindering the process. You're slowing us down. And if you're slowing us down, you're the enemy.
The Americans are already wary of Zaman. He allegedly allowed Al-Qaeda fighters safe passage in earlier days fighting. Khan and
yet, like, the things that you're doing are actively working against our plan. So, you either get with the program or we shoot you. Or we take you off the battlefield. Ugh.
Jim press him for information. Zaman tells the Americans that the ceasefire has been agreed.
See, this is why I didn't like working with anyone that wasn't an interpreter, as far as like locals or military or police when I was in this country, because you get shit like this. Stupid, dumb, ass backwards shit that's just gonna slow you the fuck down. That's why I didn't like working with ANA. I didn't like working with ANP. I didn't like working with any of those fucking locals that had any capacity or any capacity for law enforcement or military or even had a weapon. Dog shit, man. For like a big majority. You know, you got a couple of like outliers like Jamshid, but outside of that, dude, this is such a pain in the ass.
Until 5 p.m. to give Al-Qaeda time to come down from the mountains. However, it comes to light that he has been talking to the
fuck that. We'll take you off the mountain. We got bombers.
Media about a new ceasefire until 8 a.m. on the 13th. The Americans will not tolerate this. Zaman leaves for the schoolhouse to meet with an equally unhappy...
It's like you're trying everything in your power to make sure that we don't get to Osama. Yo, fuck you. Get off the battlefield. You're not helping.
George and Greer. 5 p.m. arrives. The mountain passes are empty. No one is surrendering. MSS Grinch grab their M4 rifles. Jim, with a stony gaze...
This is one thing that ANP and ANA, they had a hard time grasping with, For 20 years, guess who that country belonged to, guys? Us. That country didn't belong to the locals. That country didn't belong to the Taliban. That country didn't belong to Al Qaeda. That country belonged to the US of A. And it took these ANP and these ANA quite a while to realize that. See, they thought that because it was their country that they could make the rules and say what went. But we're goddamn America. And we didn't have to come here, but this little fuckboy is the reason we're here. And you're actively getting in the way, preventing us from capturing him. So fuck you too. Like,
warned the Afghan left in charge, "Don't raise your weapons at us." In minutes, the American and British operators are back in the fight. Split in teams of 4, Grinch presses along rugged hillsides and over the valleys, calling JDAMs on any resistance they meet.
Or any supposed friendly that wants to aim their guns at me while I'm trying to get rid of the one bastard fucking up their country. Yeah, makes so much sense.
Team runs into a Dishka machine gun, smacking 50
God, that Dishka is gnarly.
they meet. One team runs into a Dishka machine gun, smacking 50 caliber rounds into the sharp rocks scattered on the knife edge ridge.
I thought Dishkas were 60 caliber, quite possibly even 70, but I could be wrong.
Battling the early symptoms of altitude sickness, the men go to ground as one of the SBS commandos calls in a 1,000-pound GBU-32 guided bomb from an orbiting fighter.
Damn!
As frustrating as the Eastern Alliance's ceasefire debacle has been,
and that's kind of what you have to do against a Dishka, believe you me. You do not want to take your M4, your M16, or anything smaller than that. Even if you had your own 50 cal machine gun, you don't want to duke it out with this thing at all. Like shot for shot? No, man.
Americans do have cause for celebration. The fact that Al Qaeda is even negotiating means they're on the ropes. But it also means that bin Laden and
No. They might be on the ropes, but that's no point to take the gas off the pedal. What's that? What's it from? Isn't it from the Boondocks? You were talking that good shit a minute ago. Yeah, keep the same energy. You're about to get fucked on. There is no negotiations. Negotiations are over.
other leaders may now try.
I'm pretty sure at one point we were like, hey, give up Osama, and y'all quite possibly said fuck you. Negotiations end after that point.
To flee. Delta Force lobbies CENTCOM to employ airdropped mines to block the
Dishka is 50 cal, but slightly bigger than the American one. I don't know why I thought that shit was 60. It sounds intimidating too.
mountain passes into Pakistan, but this is rejected. Another 8 SBS commandos and an MI6 field officer arrive to support Haji Zaman. Behind closed doors, the British officer makes it crystal clear.
God, dude. We have just about almost every single agency except for ATF on this battlefield. Pretty sure NSA had some shit going on here, CIA, MI6, FBI, and even from different countries too. You got some British Special Forces guys, like a lot went into this, dude. A lot.
To Zaman.
A lot went into killing one fucking person. That's nuts.
That there will be no repeat of his prior actions. Building on MSS Grinch's success, made
Dishka 12.7. So the Dishka is bigger? Bigger in size. I don't know. I wouldn't want to get shot by either of them, man.
Greer forms MSS.
However, I would love to shoot a Dishka. I've shot a 50. I'd love to shoot a Dishka, or even just touch one.
Monkey. It pushes up the western side of the mountains, relieving the Green Berets at Cobra Bravo. Greer is excited at the prospect of reinserting ODA 572 somewhere else, but they are immediately withdrawn. The signals analysts intercept bin Laden's voice on the radio again.
And bin Laden's kind of stupid. Not at no point did it occur to him to just go to the border, to just go into Pakistan, because of. I'm telling you, bro, this guy was kind of delusional. He was like, "Well, I held out against the Russians in the '80s. I can do it against the Americans in the mid 2000s." Brother, as soon as you saw Americans, you should have gone to another fucking country.
it's only a pre-recorded.
But no, you stood your ground, you planted yourself like a fucking tree, but guess what? You're not Captain America. When the Americans say move, guess what? You will.
Sermon. On the 14th of December, thick cloud and snow hindered
Barely bigger, yeah. Barely bigger doesn't mean better or more efficient, but yeah, barely bigger.
American airstrikes as the battle devolves into a brutal close-quarters slog, rooting out the fanatical Al-Qaeda remnants, making their final stands in the dozens of caves and spider holes.
Dude, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of our invasion of Kuwait to go fuck up Castro, remember? And that battlefield was kind of sorta the same as this, but that battlefield had what? Tanks. This battlefield literally looks like a spitting image of our tear through Kuwait looking for Saddam Hussein, I mean, not Castro. Looking for Saddam Hussein. And that was mechanized infantry everywhere. The battlefield was littered with tanks, man, armor. Look at this battlefield. We're going for one guy, basically the same thing. No tanks. Nothing but air superiority. Dog. Well, there's been 2 tanks on the battlefield, but I don't even think they were American. So far.
Their deaths buy time. Taliban and Al-Qaeda leaders scramble up the snow-covered passes under the sharp peaks of the Svingar Mountains to safely enter Pakistan. The same passes
There we go. They finally woke up and smelled the coffee.
Bernstein wanted covered by US Army Rangers, and also the same passes that Delta Force wanted to deny with airdrops.
But our special forces guys can run 2 miles in less than 13 minutes. How fast can you run, Osama? They're chasing you, dog.
Bernstein estimates that at least 200 Al-Qaeda fighters escape into Pakistan.
Oil change time. Candace.
Yeah.
Silence your oil change anxiety at Valve.
Task Force 11 scrambles to make up for lost time as the weather clears on the 15th. MSS Grinch is working with General Ali's men when they stop on a ridgeline. They refuse to advance until the Dishka machine gun position on the opposite ridge has been cleared.
I'm telling you, bro, it's nothing to fuck with.
The gun hasn't fired for hours and has already been struck.
It
But
doesn't
the
matter.
Afghans are having none of it and sit down, some to smoke hash. 3 Delta Force
See, this is why I didn't like doing anything with those people. They're trying to make up for lost time. They're starting to move. They encounter a Dishka, right? Oh, we need to get this Dishka off the battlefield because again, that's not a weapon system that you want to challenge. And while everyone else is making plans and doing shit, you know what the Afghans are doing? Smoking weed. Smoking weed on the battlefield. How useful do you think you would be on a battlefield, high out of your mind? I suppose that is a peaceful death. I guess, but still.
snipers, Murph, Scrawny, and John Shrek McPhee pick their way down the treacherous slope and flank around to the east. They reach an overwatch position, and Scrawny spots an Al-Qaeda fighter around 800 meters away, firing an RPG. He eases his SR-25 rifle onto the figure, but
snipes his ass from 800 meters.
Changes his mind.
What?
To avoid revealing their position, he and Shrek call in an orbiting US fighter, and a GPS-guided bomb eliminates the lone man.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Got it. Look how close y'all are to the Dishka. If y'all snipe this guy, that Dishka is just gonna look at you.
Pushing on, the team re-destroy the Dishka position with more airstrikes, prompting a limited advance by General Ali's fighters. Later that
If they can even walk, they're stoned out of their gourd.
afternoon, a frantic Afghan commander reports a tall man.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. One time, when I was in Afghanistan, tried some hash. Me and a buddy, three buddies actually, had gotten from this local that worked at the bazaar. And right before he left the installation, he gave us hash in exchange for American cigarettes. I gave him like 5 packs of Newports. My buddy gave him like 5 packs of Marlboro Reds. And my other buddy, I think, gave him a flashlight or something. Flashlight or some kind of Gerber knife. He gave us hash. We had nothing to do that night. We weren't on mission. We weren't even on tower guard. It was kind of just like a dead night. We smoked. And I got to tell you, I didn't have fun. The only thing I could do the entire 2 hours that I was stoned was think about how fucked I would be if we got attacked and I was high. And that was the last time I ever did. I was so anxious. I was so scared. I was so like paranoid. I was like, if we get attacked, I'm fucked. If we get attacked, I die. I can't move. And so, yeah. But never, ladies and gentlemen, and I mean fucking never, on mission. There was this one mission where we did a foot patrol up the mountains to check on the ANA guys up there that had checkpoints and like little huts. They would monitor the top of the mountain because we were at the base. We would go up there weekly, health and welfare, take them ammo if they needed it, blah, blah, blah. Make sure they were still alive. One day we went up there. We were just chilling. We got offered chai tea. Some of us accepted. I accepted. Chai tea was laced with hash. Because that's what they do up there, bro. They just get high all day. That's all they do is smoke weed. I drank the tea. And then on the way back down the mountain, I was so high. I fell. I rolled like 8-10 feet. My friends laughed at me. I was super stoned. I was super annoyed. I was super mad. I was like, dude, being high when you don't plan on getting high is not fun. It's just not. You have to like want to be like, yep, getting baked, right? And it's good. But when you get stoned in a place you're not supposed to be, in a situation you're not supposed to be, and you didn't even see it coming, it's a completely different experience. It sucks balls. So yeah, twice I was high when I was in Afghanistan. One wasn't a full-blown mission. It was just, a little small foot patrol. The other one I was on the fob. Again, I would be unfucking functional on the battlefield like this. I don't know how.
Matching 6'6" bin Laden with a large personal bodyguard entering.
So the joke I made in COD of imagine $900,000. Imagine $900,000 in taxpayer dollars being spent on one man because I guided the cruise missile. I mean, dude, we've spent more than that in this video. Just off of ordnance alone, we've spent to the tune of multiple millions. Just off of... Before we even got to Osama, we spent more than... How much are these GBUs? How much are these JDAMs? How much was that 500-pound bomb that we dropped at the very beginning of this video? Bro, we've at least spent like $50 million in ordnance, I feel. Up to this point, for one fucking guy. But you know what? America hated this guy so fucking much that we could have gone into debt by multiple trillions just to kill this man, and Americans would have been like, it's fine. Fuck him. So, like...
a nearby cave. Listening in on the radios from their new vantage point, MSS Grinch realizes they can see the cave network in question. Admiral wastes absolutely no time, taking a roll call of all available aircraft. From across Afghanistan and the Arabian Sea, dozens of aircraft are ready for tasking. US Air Force Strike Eagles from Kuwait, Navy Tomcats and Hornets flying from the carriers Kitty Hawk, Theodore Roosevelt and Carl Vinson, and more of the strategic bombers, both B-1B Lancers and B-52 Stratofortresses from Diego Garcia. Within minutes, the aircraft are stacked at 1,000-foot intervals, just waiting for the word. On the hilltop, the atmosphere is electric, as the first call of weapons away crackles over the net. MSS Grinch might be about to obliterate Osama bin Laden. Explosions rip across the landscape. The first 2,000-pound JDAMs smash their designated coordinates. Exposed fighting positions are wiped out in minutes. JDAMs fitted with bunker-busting BLU-109 warheads punch through the bedrock and detonate deep inside the tunnels as Grinch operators adjust their
Good God!
SOFLAMs onto more targets. Admiral fights to make himself heard over the constant ear-splitting cacophony of shockwaves ripping overhead.
Remember, guys.
Ready to win big with Zinn?
Remember, guys. We shot this fucker in the head. Look at all this. Look at what led up to it. Look how much we dropped, only to still have to use small arms just to kill him. Oh my goodness.
12 paveways fall from the wings of Navy fighters and plunge through 30,000 feet, steered into the mouths
I don't know how he survived all this.
of caves. The explosive overpressure blasts through the depths, killing the occupants. For Al-Qaeda warriors, venturing outside means certain death. All they can do is burrow in terror as the firestorm of American bombs reverberates above them.
This is what you get.
Larger caverns are struck again and
You earn this, guys. You earn this.
again, and crumbling stone blocks the entrance.
And even if you had nothing to do with 9/11 and you were just following Osama, you earned this shit, dog. Even if you're just a follower, you earned every single bit of this hatred that you're getting right now. Kind of like the people that got fired for making fun of Charlie Kirk. You didn't pull the trigger. You're talking that good shit, huh? Yeah, you earned that, okay?
Entombing
Get absolutely fucked.
the insurgents. Multiple Lancers and B-52s empty their entire bomb load on the besieged peaks. Secondary explosions erupt from beneath the collapsing mountainside. A searing flash of light signals the detonation of stored ammunition. Fragments of burning ordnance cascade across the valley. Only after a full 2 hours of carnage does the onslaught end. The dust and smoke slowly sets with the sun. Flickers of orange flames glow against the darkening sky. Admiral has nothing left to hit. The Afghan fighters drift away as usual, while Grinch
And you would think, right, like, we made an example out of Osama, right? Made an example out of this fighting force. And we made an example out of the whole fucking country. Yet, someone in the future is going to try this again. They're going to try fucking with America. And guess what we're going to do? We're going to take that heavy hand that we have when it comes to military and defense, and we are going to bitch slap the shit out of you. Look what happened after Pearl Harbor. That was a catastrophic attack on this country. Look how we responded. Look at 9/11. Another equal, quite possibly even worse catastrophic attack on this country, and look how we responded. Is there anyone else around the planet that wants to find out just how emotional we get when you fuck with the homeland? Is there any other takers? Right? Because looking at this, you would think that every terrorist around the world would be like, all right, man, we're going to do some terrorist shit, but we're going to stay away from the West, okay? Stay away from the West. All of our terrorist activities, we're just going to do it on this side of the planet, okay? But no. There's going to be another one that y'all are going to test the boundaries of our patience and our goodwill. And bro, we have wasted millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of dollars in ordnance for one person because fuck you. Yet for some dumbass reason, there's going to be another dumb motherfucker in the future that is going to try America in the same way and is going to get the same just, quick response. If I see someone get fucked up like this, bro, I'm never fucking with that person. Ever again. I'm never fucking with the person that just beats your ass just like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
braces for another long, freezing night on the mountain. By the 17th of December 2001, the fighting around Tora Bora has ended, the last weary Al-Qaeda fighters surrendering. No one in the US government is sure where bin Laden and his closest advisors are.
And it's just so funny that, like, we could have actually killed him very quickly, but all of this ordnance and all of these bombs still would have been dropped regardless, I feel.
Hope that bin Laden lies dead under the rubble and simply hasn't been identified. Another Green Beret team is deployed to scour the mountainsides and identify bodies, but to no avail. Of particular attention is the site of the massive 15th of December airstrike, but no human remains matching bin Laden's DNA are found. In the wake of Tora Bora, administration figures backpedal. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld claims that no one knew for certain that bin Laden was there, even though US Central Command staff reports that he would phone at least once a day to ask, Did you get him? But bin Laden was there. According to journalist and counter-terrorism expert Peter Bergen, late at night on the 12th of December as the ceasefire silenced the battlefield, the Sheikh and 2 of his sons crept out of their bunker and slipped out of Tora Bora undetected. Keeping a low profile, unhindered by bodyguards, they then managed to travel 30 miles, not to Pakistan as expected, but incredibly north to the Afghan city of Jalalabad, behind coalition lines.
If that's Jalalabad, I was somewhere over my first deployment. If that's Jbad, I was like somewhere over here in this area of the country. Right here somewhere on the border of Iran.
He sheltered with an old friend, a warlord by the name of...
Why he stayed in Afghanistan makes no fucking sense. It really doesn't. You commit a crime, and instead of leaving the state, you went to your neighbor's house. Alright, cool. Only a matter of time.
Awal Ghul. From there, bin Laden travels on horseback 100 miles to a remote location in Kunar province, where he would lay low for...
What? That's where I was. Okay, so if this is Jalalabad, I was somewhere right here. Right. Because I think this might be Iran. I was in the Kunar province at Fob Joyce, actually.
For several weeks, protected by another old friend from the Soviet-Afghan War. On the 15th of April 2002, a tape proving Osama bin Laden is alive and well is aired on Arabic news network Al Jazeera. The failure of Tora Bora sparks a manhunt that will last a decade.
Because, oh wow, we didn't even kill him there. I thought that eventually we would kill him during or slightly after this battle, or maybe the battle extends to up here, but no, this is what happened. The Americans felt embarrassed that we just unleashed hell on you. We unleashed hell on you, and you didn't die. So that sparked us looking for you, and that's why you got a bullet to the face, because we tried brute force. It didn't work. Had to become a lot more precise after that failure of Tora Bora, which you can't really call Tora Bora a failure minus how much ammunition we actually spent not knowing that he was there. Was he there? Yes, but we didn't know, and we're willingly using all of this ordnance. Some people could call this a failure, some people could call this a success, right? It's just very unlucky we didn't get him on the first strike. We could have, right? And then a whole bunch of fuck shit, a whole bunch of unlucky situations, Ramadan happening, right? This isn't a good area to try to find someone or kill someone. Man, the mountains, dog, it's hard, dude. The terrain is not forgiving either. So that's why we used a whole bunch of air support. We kind of had to. If we were doing this strictly on the ground, you know how many soldiers we would lose? A lot, man. So you could call this a success. You could also call it a failure. I think it's a success and a failure all at the same time, depending on how you look at the situation. And I didn't really see too much of a, like, bro, we tried. We had his location. We dropped a bomb. He just so happened to move. A and P, they were helpful to a degree. Sometimes they got in the way. Sometimes they hindered the process. The whole negotiation arc of this whole fucking story was bullshit. And so we did the best we could with what we had, but it was still considered a failure, right? By the Americans to kill this guy. And so that sparked 10 years of us vigorously looking for you and only you. Here's the real question. If we kill Osama right here, do we leave Afghanistan? Think about it. We spent 20 years in Afghanistan. We spent we spent extra time in Afghanistan after Osama was dead. That begs the question, did we have plans to go to Afghanistan off rip already? Because we go, can't find them. So to some people, The whole goal is to find this man. Well, guess what? We did, and we killed him, but we never left Afghanistan once we killed him. And the country evolved. The Taliban and Al-Qaeda evolved, right? And all we did was just cut the head off of a snake, and another one's just going to grow in its place, right? That's how that goes. But I don't know. Do we stay in Afghanistan if we kill him right here? Or do we leave? Job well done, ladies and gentlemen. We got this motherfucker. Let's go home, right? It just so happens that he got away, and we spent 10 extra years looking for him. But what if he doesn't get away? What if we snuff him out right there in that moment? Do we stay in Afghanistan for 20 years? I don't know. I don't know. Have you considered reacting to Sabaton's newest album, Legends? Doing a review? In my opinion, one of their best, especially in variety of... I don't know, man. I think that their song and their music video about the Bismarck, quite possibly one of their best. I'd have to go back. I haven't listened to Sabaton in a while, but I'd be down next time we do a music stream. I don't know about a whole album review. I'm down to check out some songs, though. All right. I just want to read some comments real fast. And then I'm going to go smoke and we'll start the next video. Said perfectly right here. Sometimes you learn about a historical event and just have to shake your head in disbelief and frustration. Yeah. Pretty much. Someone said, I spent 6 months in Kabul in 2003. A third of the time in Kabul City, police's HQ in the center of Kabul. The city was full of special forces and intelligence agents. I went through Kabul quite a bit. Drove through Kabul a lot. More than I'd like to really admit to. That place, oh, God, dude. I'm trying to think of like, it's a big roundabout in the middle of the city. I'm trying to think of what it's like. Have y'all ever driven through Atlanta traffic or New York traffic or Los Angeles traffic? That's what Kabul's like, but worse. Really. It's so much worse. The fact that we didn't have a brigade from the 82nd and a full battalion of Rangers all jump in and cut off bin Laden is criminal. See, like, that's what I'm saying. They were going to send in the Rangers, and then that one general or whoever the fuck that was makes the decision of like, no, if we put the Rangers here, a large element like that will... What was the bullshit that he said? A large element like that will destroy morale with the Allies? How does that even make sense? It's almost like that guy wanted fucking Osama to escape too. Like, hey, we should really cover the border because if he escapes to Pakistan, we'll never get him. Nah, it's fine. We don't want to ruin the relationship with allies. How does that make sense? Someone explain that to me. What the fuck does that even mean? Like, when I heard that, I was just like... And now that I'm thinking about it, after seeing the video, it almost seems like you were in on it. Like, almost like the police captain that said, nah, don't go help those ICE agents. Fuck it. Be fine. Maybe you wanted him to escape so we could spend an additional 80 billion years in Afghanistan. Huh? One could make that argument. It's so stupid. Like... Alright. This battle provided enough red flags that Afghanistan would not be worth fighting for. It's not worth fighting with. I don't want them on my team, ever. If America ever goes to war with someone that the people of Afghanistan also hate, and Afghanistan says, hey, you want our help? We're all set. We have enough people. We have the tools. We have the means. We have the education. You just give us food, water. That's all we need from you. We do not need you on the battlefield at all. Fucking shit up, getting stoned. Like, huh? one of the bigger mistakes of the war was allowing the locals to run point on that battle. The biggest mistake is allowing them to run point on anything. Bro, anything. It gets fucked up 99% of the time. And you would think that with CIA, Special Forces, Delta Force there, they would actually tell these people, fuck you, we run this country. Because as an E4 that's not Special Operations, that's what I told everybody too. Get the fuck out of the way, ANA. This road belongs to Americans. Get the fuck out of the road, AMP. This whole area belongs to us. This is our dojo. You're just a guest. I know it's your country, but it doesn't work like this anymore. You can't control your country. We do now. Okay? So, fuck out of here with your negotiations, your ideas. None of that. You shouldn't even be in charge. You were in charge, and look where your country's at. We're in charge now. I'm so surprised that these special operators didn't just like tell these guys to get fucked. Why? I told these guys to get fucked all the time, and I wasn't Special Forces. What? The behavior of Zaman and his soldiers is infuriating. It is. Get out of the way. If you're in the way, you're an enemy. I'm telling you. I just might shoot you in that situation, man, because you're further putting our lives in danger. And my logic is, if you're putting my life in danger and I remove you from existence, my life is no longer in danger because I've removed that one thing that was putting me in danger. Make sense? Right, I do think that's fascinating. I think it's fascinating to hear that Bin Laden wanted his sons to avoid jihad. Makes you wonder what kind of regrets he had about his own actions, which I never thought he could have had, right? I thought this guy was just a monster through and through. The fact that I heard that just adds a little more depth to his character as a person and who he was. It's easy to make this dude seem like a despicable villain, but he actually has nuance to his life and to his actions and to the way that he lived. Am I excusing anything he did? Fuck no, but it is cool to see, fascinating to see a little bit of depth to what we think is an easy black and white type of character. You're either evil or you're not. No, this guy had more yeah. The sheer stupidity of not wanting to deploy 800 Rangers. I'm so glad I wasn't the only one. And in that moment, I was like, well, maybe Chain of Command knows something that I don't, and I'm just speaking because I don't have all the proper information. That's such a stupid fucking thing that you don't need the proper information. More soldiers is better every single time unless you're doing something covertly. But you just dropped the mother of all bombs. Covert is out of the fucking question. What are we even talking about? Like, we were this fucking close, you know? This fucking close to killing him in one go. And again, we kill him in one go. Do we stay in Afghanistan or do we leave? That is the $1 million question that we'll never have an answer to. Unless someone in charge that knows and has credibility can tell us. Aside from that, I have theories. I have so many theories on why we even went, why we stayed, why we were there for so fucking long. And some of those theories have zero to do with 9/11 and zero to do with fucking Osama bin Laden. It's just something they put into our face to give us a boogeyman so that we could go in a war that we didn't need to go into because war makes money. That's besides the point, though. It's insane to process this man escaped basically an entire war coming solely for him unscathed, right? And not just lazy air bombing, but actual boots on the ground and pinpoint accuracy with your air bombing. Yeah, he wasn't going up against amateurs, bro. He was going up against the most elite fighting force that the world has ever seen, man. And he ducked that shit. Like Floyd Mayweather, bro, just stayed in the pocket, stayed composed, and got the fuck out. Like, gotta commend it. However, I feel like the only reason he did do that is because the negotiations and the not sending in 800 troops and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, I feel like the only people that were actually wanting to kill Osama bin Laden were the people there that were American. I feel like those were the only people actually trying to kill Osama bin Laden. The people in Washington, they were like, I don't know if we should send Rangers. The locals, they were like, hey, let's go get high. The fucking general, he's like, oh, let's just talk to him. Well, we can talk to him, right? The only people on ground that wanted to kill Osama were Americans. Everybody else could have been fucked. They couldn't have been fucked. They couldn't have been bothered. They were just like, all right, we're here, man. What's up? What's up? What's the good? What's going on? Unreal, dude. Unreal. Okay, that's enough comments. They're about as annoyed as I am with this whole fucking debacle. I knew that we had killed Osama, and that's fucking fantastic, but I didn't know not even a fucking percentage of the information that I was just told here. That is shameful. That is just like... Maybe that's why we did stay in Afghanistan for so long. Because we failed to kill Osama. Took us 10 whole fucking years to find him. And when we did find him and kill him, people were probably asking the same question. So does that mean we're going to leave now? Oh, no, we actually weren't here to kill Osama. That was just a bonus. We didn't actually fail. Our main mission is actually this country and bringing democracy to this country. We actually weren't here to kill Osama. So if you're saying that we failed, that's not actually a failure. That wasn't our main mission, right? So we're going to stay so that you can forget about our massive failure. We're going to stay in this country and say that it's for everything but Osama so that you can think that we didn't fail our one main and only mission. Maybe that's why. Maybe us staying, maybe there's no conspiracy, maybe there's nothing nefarious at all. Maybe us staying was just America's way of saving face after that massive failure. Saving face. Like, oh no, we weren't here to kill Osama. Yeah, it took a long time, but we're actually here for something else. Maybe. And that's why we stayed the whole time, right? I don't know. I don't know. See you on a Halloween, buddies, and party Las Vegas. Are you out? Take it easy, man. Thank you for hanging with us. All right, I gotta use the bathroom. I gotta smoke. If y'all want to watch a Fat Electrician video, let me know. If not, I'll find something else. Yo, I'm gonna upload this video, and that's gonna take so long to edit. It's gonna be rough. Operation Medusa. When NATO forces took the fight to Taliban. Hell yeah. And that's how most of the videos are titled. NATO takes the fight to Taliban. Rangers takes the fight to Taliban. Fucking Special Forces takes the fight to Taliban. Right? Never do you see a title where it says Taliban and Al-Qaeda take the fight to the Americans and destroy them. Never, bro. Not fucking once. Dude. And that just goes to show you just how fucking superior we are. We have to take the fight to them because if we don't, there won't be any fighting, bro. They're little fucking cowards that hide in caves all day. That's it. We have to take the fight to them. Otherwise, we're just in that country with our thumb up our ass. Like, we have to take the fight to these people. Otherwise, there won't... We'll just be this. Looking for people. Looking for people. Looking for people to kill. That's it, man. Unless you go into a goddamn cave. That's it. And the only other way is get hit with an IED and they come out of the fucking woodworks because they're trying to take advantage of the fact that you're down. That's it. But they will never. And I mean, I'm talking never. I never saw it where they took the fight directly to us, tried to outmaneuver us. Never, bro. It was always on some pussy shit. Shooting us from a mountain, IEDs. I mean, sometimes we would have some close engagements, but bro, never in the sense of like how we do it. They would never engage like us. They would never fight like us. They did not do the same things as us. man. It's like, you know how Al-Qaeda and Taliban fight? Have y'all ever been playing a battle royale? Right? And you kill one person, go loot his body, hide behind a fucking tree, you're healing, you're doing all this stuff. Someone else sees you, you shoot them too, run to their body, pick up their weapon, you start healing, and while you're healing, some fucking turd-ass pussy bastard from 200 meters away shoots you with a sniper rifle, and boom, you're dead? You were getting it too, you were killing, right? You were in the mix, you were jiving. And then some fucking pussy doing nothing, right? He's just sitting in a fucking bush, just aiming, right? Probably texting sweet fucking nothings to his girlfriend as well. Oh shit, there's a guy. Boom. His skillless, pussy, cowardly ass gets a kill on you. You're doing the damn thing, and he's hiding like a coward, shooting you in the back. That's Al-Qaeda. That's Taliban. That's how they play. That's how they fight. That's it. If you've ever played a battle royale and you've been killing everyone and then you're low health and you get shot from fucking nowhere because pussy doesn't actually want to engage you 1v1 because he'll know he'll lose, that's Al-Qaeda. That's Taliban. It's the most inferior, pathetic bullshit that I've seen come from a fighting force outside of the kamikaze, man. Because that's also an inferior pussy-ass move, the kamikaze. It's... way it is, guys. Ugh. I really gotta go to the bathroom. Oh, and it's getting fucking hot in here. Alright, so what was it that we were doing, Fat Electrician? Give me a second, dudes. Here, I'll play some shit so y'all aren't sitting in absolute silencio. Oh my god.
What a diva.
Sorry if that
Not
was
me.
loud as fuck.
The Amazon box.
I don't even know who that fucking lady is.
Are exceptional, especially when you feed them that.
Oh, I gotta go. Alright, I'll be right back. I wasted more fuel with the new one. Ugh.
of our browser. Hey Copilot, adjust all these recipes for 7 guests and combine them into one cooking schedule. Also, I'm out of milk.
Here's a cooking schedule scaled for 7 guests and also milk-free.
Concerned about keeping up with your energy bills this winter? Virginia Natural Gas is here to support you through flexible payment options and partnerships with local government and community organizations. Explore more at virginianaturalgas.com/energy assistance.
It's so fucking cold outside, man. Cold and rainy. Bullshit. As long as it's not like this for Halloween, I'm good. Alright.
You're alone in the crowd, just trying to figure it out. All that is bad, and this money got you feeling left out. Listen up to me now, every word that's out of my mouth. Wake up, it's me. You're gonna follow your dreams, or are you just gonna be another cog in the scene? You feel the hope in this beat, yeah, the hope that you need to proceed and be
I'm just looking through my feed real quick.
and I'm proud, hype and I'm loud. I'ma shout all about how I feel in the now. Ain't nobody ever gonna try to change me till I'm dead. I'm alone in the crowd, I won't feel down. I got hope right now, and I know I'll be found. I don't really care just what all other haters gotta say. I know everything I do is gonna make them fade.
One more second, guys, and then we'll start. I'm mainly just looking for shit that I want to watch later on my off time. I try to find videos that I know y'all aren't gonna request. Okay, it's fine.
You hear the voice in your ear. Can you start to see clear? Are the bad thoughts near? Or can you be where your feet are when you stand right here and say no? I'm never gonna give up. I'm never gonna slow.
Ads. You got ads on a YouTube live stream? YouTube has ads in live streams? I don't know that. Or you mean ad like when my music was playing? Did an ad play on my music? Yeah. This is like a 3-hour playlist, so it has ads. Unfortunately. And I don't pay for premium. Really? Ads? I didn't realize I was gone that long. German tanks versus American crop duster. Bazooka Charlie. The only thing I can take from this title is that he took a crop dusting plane and attached guns to it and ran it up on the Nazis. That's what I'm gathering from the title. Let's see exactly how that goes. God damn, I just realized I'm hungry. Oh. Dude. No, I'll just wait. I'll eat after.
Slow or clogged drains? Call the family of Michael and Son.
Yeah, I'm just starving. Stomach hurts.
Estimate on any drain clearing. Our license.
Gene Razak.
All right. Here we go.
Gene Razak from Starship Troopers, one of my favorite characters in cinematic history, the history and philosophy teacher that goes into combat when war starts and leads his former students. Well, I found the real life version and it's even cooler than the movie. Today we're talking about Charles Carpenter.
I love that movie.
The Germans referred to him as the Mad Major, while his men knew him as Bazooka Charlie. A 29-year-old history teacher from Moline, Illinois, who would join the United States Army Air Corps after Pearl Harbor was attacked and his younger brother, who was a fighter pilot in the Philippines, was captured by the Japanese. Through a series of events, he would become one of the United States Army's first liaison pilots, a new experimental program where these men were tasked with flying the L-4 Grasshopper, basically a glorified crop duster with fabric wings and what amounts to a lawnmower blade sticking out of the front. They would fly out over the battlefield and use their altitude to spot enemy positions and call in,
I was gonna say, a spy plane, pretty much.
Accurate artillery fire. While this job was extremely valuable, dangerous, and did have a humongous impact on the battlefield, it didn't have the direct impact that Charles Carpenter wanted. So Carpenter decided he was going to mount 6 bazookas on the wings of his crop duster and begin flying combat sorties.
Bazookas? So not even guns that shoot bullets. Pew pew. Bazookas. You know, this man's whole philosophy was like, yeah, command, so I can see them, but check this out. Wouldn't it be better if I could also shoot them as well? I could see all of them. Instead of just telling you what I see, I'm right here. Oh my God, yeah.
Quite literally dive-bombing German tanks. He would later perfect this technique and use it to sway the entire Battle of Arikor, which is the largest tank battle on the Western Front in all of World War II. And we're going to get into everything right after a word from our sponsor.
In a crop dusting plane. With what I'm assuming is minimal everything. They probably mass-produced the fuck out of these planes.
This video is brought to you by World of Warship Legends, the first and probably only video game I'm ever gonna be in. Good game, everyone. That was a great battle. Now, previous Texas with an American flag paint job and a bunch of other freebies. Let's get back to the video. Our story begins August 29th, 1912. Charles Carpenter is born. He is the oldest of 6 kids. He has 2 brothers and 3 sisters. He grows up in Illinois, and like pretty much every other World War II hero we talk about, he grows up dirt poor. You guys know the drill. Unfortunately, the young...
Oh, I thought you were going to say blind or deaf.
Charles's dad was not that great of a guy. He had an alcohol problem, he had a gambling problem, and we don't really know how old Charles was when this happened, but in his childhood, his dad would end up losing their 1,000-acre farm in a gambling game, and he would walk out of their lives forever, abandoning his family, his wife, and all 6 kids. Now, something like that happening would absolutely destroy most people, but Charles Carpenter is the main character.
I mean, we're looking at it like he was really bad. I mean, yeah, alcohol addiction, gambling addiction, not good things. And when he lost it all, abandoning his family, that might seem like terrible, right? It is terrible. However, maybe he was sparing them. Bro, when you gamble and you get in deep with the sharks, what's the first thing they tell you if you can't pay? Your family will. Let's just leave, man. And I'll just not pay from a different state or a different country because I can't have them hurting my family. Maybe. Trying to give the benefit of the doubt there.
And without a positive male role model in his life, he turns to books. He turns to literature and reads all the great books he can find. And that becomes his positive male role model. That's how he learns how to be a man. And it works. He's super hardworking. He's very intelligent, does great in school, and he's a 3-sport athlete playing football, basketball, and track. Quote, "My creed, I have resolved to exert all of my efforts towards being a nobler and stronger fellow, a gentleman, a scholar, a friend, and a real man. To the best of my ability, I will ever strive for self-control, self-improvement, freedom, wisdom, courage, generosity, truth, and the true nobility before God and men. I will be better. Charles Carpenter."
Yo, kids were just made different back in these times. It's never occurred to me to write anything like that. Ever.
He wrote that at 17 years old.
Right? Like, I wasn't thinking like that at 17 years old. I barely think like that now. What an evolved young man. Holy shit.
old after his dad had lost everything and abandoned him and his family. Okay, the dude knew he was the main character all along. For high school, he gets a full ride scholarship to Roosevelt Military Academy, and then after that, he gets a full ride scholarship to Center College in Kentucky, both for football and track. While he's there, he joins the Civilian Training Corps, which is kind of like an old version of ROTC, where you get to become a military officer when you do classes during college. Basically, he has to go off to 2 weeks of training every summer, all 4 years of college, and then
He already plays football and track, so that training's probably nothing.
once he graduates from college and finishes the program, he's offered a spot as a second lieutenant in the Army Reserves as a pilot. So that's what he does. He goes off to college, studies history, studies philosophy, decides he wants to be a history teacher. He wants to be able to go into a classroom full of kids and find the kids that are like him and be their strong male role model that he never had. And that's what he does for years. And when he's not teaching history, he's a flight instructor. But being the history guy, he can also kind of see the future because history is the best predictor of the future. And he sees all the tensions and everything rising in Europe. And in his personal journal in the 1930s, he would write, and I quote, "Life is far crueler than death, and nations are feverishly preparing to slaughter again."
Finding new adventures.
Yeah, he did see the writing on the wall. A lot of us see the writing on the wall. It's just acknowledging it. He actually acknowledged it.
World War II was coming, probably a lot sooner than most other people did, but he's one man. He's a history teacher in Moline, Illinois. What can he do? So he just keeps living his life. He keeps teaching history in the day, keeps teaching pilots at night, and then on the weekends, he would go to the next town over to go to the dance hall to try to find a wife, a big dance hall called the Coliseum. One night at the Coliseum, he picks a lovely young lady out of the crowd. Elda, also known as Bunny, asked her to dance. They dance all night.
Elda? Yeah, this is definitely from the fucking 1940s or 50s, bro, with a name like Elda. I've never met a woman named Elda in my life. Holy shit. It's like right up there with Edna and like Gertrude. Quite possibly Beatrice.
They have a great time. She's awestruck that this perfect 10 of a man, he's got a job, he's athletic, he's handsome, is hitting on her. And at the end of the
night, with a name like Edna, was that it? Or Elda? Sorry.
He asks her, "Hey, could I take you out on a real date?" And she wasn't very confident, and she panics, and she's like, I have a date with my girlfriend scheduled for that night already." So Charles Carpenter's like, "Oh, okay, I guess," and that was the end of it. Bunny spends the next weeks and months just kicking herself in her own ass for shooting down this perfect 10 of a man, and then eventually, after a couple of months, they run into each other at the Coliseum again. They dance all night, have a great time, and Charles Carpenter shoots his shot again. They go out on a date, and 3 months later, they were married. According to Bunny, and I quote, "We were so in love, we couldn't eat." Fast forward, Charles Carpenter is living the...
That means they were fucking hard. Yeah, dude, if I can smash, I don't even need to eat either. Just give me like a Tic Tac and a Pop-Tart.
American dream. Despite his rough childhood, he's college educated, he's a high school history teacher, living his dream job, he's happily married, his wife is pregnant with their first child, and then in 1941, Japan attacks Pearl Harbor. And at essentially the same time, they also attack the Philippines, where his brother, the fighter pilot, is currently stationed, and they destroy his brother's plane in the opening attack. His brother's now a POW, all of his former students are getting drafted and going off to war, and he could probably get away from the draft. Being at home as a teacher is an important job. He could probably get an exemption, but that's not the man that Charles Carpenter is, so he volunteers to go off and joins the military too at 29 years old. Now, because Carpenter's already college educated, he's already an Army officer, he's already a flight instructor, the Army determined
29 years old as a new recruit. You, Jeff, what up? That's the equivalent of like 50 years old in real person years.
determines they're not going to send him off into combat. They're going to send
in military years anyway.
Him to Miami, where he's going to be an instructor and teach other people how to be officers and how to fly planes. And while that might be a dream job to most people, being able to stay...
Because of his age, probably. But he was wanting to do what is usually a young man's job. Which, unlike the groundwork, I feel like you can be a little bit older and fly. Maybe not today, because those G-forces are crazy. But back in these times, anyway.
Stateside, safe, healthy.
Jaden, what's good?
happy. It's not really what Carpenter wanted, but that's what the Army told him to do, so he's going to do it to the best of his ability. So in early 1942, he gets in his car in Illinois and drives all the way to Miami, and the road trip there is absolutely crazy. Pearl Harbor just happened, and they're already rationing gasoline. They're rationing rubber for tires. They're rationing absolutely everything.
In his travels, he got to see the nation reacting and evolving to this new reality post Pearl Harbor.
At one point, Charles picks up a hit.
Probably a surreal sight to see. Kind of like how I felt whenever I saw Times Square empty as shit for New Year's during COVID. I will never forget that, bro. That shit is like seared into my fucking memory. That shit looks so weird. It looks so creepy. It looks so out of this world, not even real, man.
Hitchhiker, and that hitchhiker explains to him that he's a merchant marine and his ship had been sunk by a German U-boat, and he's trying to make his way home to his parents because his parents think that he's dead. And the entire thing is just surreal to him because he's read and studied so much history, and he realizes during this road trip
he's literally living what's going to be written about.
That he's now living through history.
Yeah.
This is Barack Obama.
Wild. Shut up. Are you still talking? You didn't do enough talking during your 8 years, man? Fuck. You still gotta see your old ass? Can't you be more like George? We never see George for anything. Unless his ass shows up to the same event that Bill's at so they can talk about young bitches. Like, sorry, we're gonna continue.
So he gets to Miami, starts doing his job, and it's not his thing. I mean, he's good at it. He can train people how to do stuff. He's a teacher. He knows how to teach. He knows what he's talking about, but he just feels wrong about the fact that he's teaching somebody how to go off and fight a war when he's never gone off and fought a war himself. So he decides that's what he needs to do. The problem is he's too valuable where he's at. They're not going to let him just change his orders and go join a normal aviation unit and abandon this teaching job because he's the best man for that job. The only way he's going to get out of these teaching orders is if he volunteers for something so dangerous that it's a volunteer-only basis, and he does exactly that. He volunteers to be a glider pilot. Okay, what is a glider? They were used on D-Day. They're a really big deal. Not a lot of people have heard about them. It's basically a giant kite that's shaped like a plane. Ken, I know what you're thinking. Why on earth wouldn't you just, I don't know, fly another plane into combat? Why are you going to tow a plane-sized kite behind you? Well, you got to remember it's World War II. Raw materials are scarce. They're rationing everything. We can't make planes fast enough. We need more planes. More planes isn't an option, so this is the next best thing, to make a giant kite-shaped plane and tow it behind a C-47 into combat and then cut the ropes, and they're going to glide into the battlefield and have a controlled crash landing.
That's why they're called oh my god, that is awful job, man. I didn't know that's what they did. Here's the next question. Why not parachute? Maybe that's more dangerous. Maybe you don't want these motherfuckers getting shot out of the sky as they parachute in. But wouldn't they try to shoot at this thing? Or at least you gotta pray they don't fucking shoot at this thing. There's no guns, there's no maneuverability, and you kind of have to just hope you're aiming this at the right place. That's wild.
And I think we can all agree, pretty crazy proposition for a military job. So obviously not a ton of volunteers. So when Charles Carpenter does volunteer, he gets accepted pretty much immediately. He gets shipped off into the glider training pipeline. First they send him to Tennessee, then they send him to Arkansas, then they send him to South Carolina. He's literally flying a giant kite. They're cutting the ropes, and he's practicing his crash landings over and over and over again. And this goes on for months and months and months. And you got to remember, Charles Carpenter is a historian. He's always thinking the big picture. He's always known that these gliders were a bandage fix. They were just something that had to be done. They were not the ideal scenario.
No.
On top of that, they also have a very specific niche application of when and if these are ever going to be used. So he kind of starts to feel like maybe he's wasting his time, because the longer this goes...
I mean, initially, when I saw that shit attached to the plane, before I even knew what it did, I was like, okay, so wait, they attach it to the back of the plane, and is this supposed to be like a distraction for flak cannons on the ground, right? They shoot this plane, that's less ammunition that's going to be going in the direction of the real plane, maybe like as a decoy. Like, I don't know, man. Their actual plan never dawned on me, not even once.
on, the more planes America is building, and maybe they're not going to have to use these gliders at all, and maybe he's just wasting his time. And then one day on the bulletin board, there's another list for volunteers for a different crazy flight program called a liaison pilot. Now, conceptually, this job is nothing new. It's basically recon. It's just get up really high, be able to spot the enemy, report what the enemy's doing back to your chain of command. Back in the day, you'd send scouts up on the high ground. Back in World War I, you had hot air balloons, and now in World War II, they're going to
So with it, before we get to the next section of this, those guide planes. Okay, so like I still need to know, like, so let's say you do it and you do crash land. What's the next what's the next objective? I'm assuming that this would be the type of plane that would get sent in. I could see a special operator being in this plane. You glide in, abandon the plane because you can't take off again. You got no wheels or an engine for that matter. So then you get out of the plane, abandon the plane, and start your mission with infiltrating. This just gets you closer to where you need to be, I suppose. But outside of that, what is the plan for these things? To get people on the ground seems like a waste. You're only getting one person. Even if it could fit two people, you're only getting two people on ground. This would have to be for some kind of like covert infiltration type mission. Not anything on a grand scale. Definitely not anything that would require, I guess, anything more than that, really. So I'm just really trying to think of like their use and capacity. You know what you could do. These are kites, right? They can glide. You fill these bitches with explosives. Kamikaze style type thing, but without the pilot. I don't know.
Have liaison pilots. Why is that dangerous? Because they're flying an
There's paratroopers in there. Well, that's kind of what I figured. Yeah, I mean, paratrooping, but I mean, a whole plane just for one paratrooper when you can use a C-17 for 30? I don't know. Surely this thing had more practical uses and was maybe in the right situation. That could have been something very, very good. But even for these times, I'm struggling to find where that thing would shine outside of a very specific situation that just so happened to evolve in a way that required the use of these things. Because...
Or Grasshopper, okay, which is literally just a J3 Piper Cub, which is like the most mass-produced trainer plane at this point in time. Like if you were a pilot, you first learned how to fly a plane on a J3 Piper Cub. It's literally the Model T of airplanes. It's got fabric wings, like an 80 horsepower engine, and its top speed is like 85 miles an hour. It's basically a papier-mâché plane with a lawnmower blade sticking out of the front. And not only is it slow, it has no offensive or defensive capabilities. It can't engage the enemy, and it can't defend itself when it gets engaged. So literally, you're just going up in the air, getting eyes on the enemy, and hoping they decide not to shoot at you. And the reason the Army wants to use this feeble aircraft is because it's super easy to fly on, and you can land it in a random field. You don't need a runway, and you can take off and land in like...
And you could flat out just fucking abandon it, and it's not like you lost much. It's made from nothing by nothing, right? So this thing crashing, it's not going to put a big dent in the pocketbook of America at this point, right? Like, oh, we lost like 50 of those planes. And fuck it, they cost like 77 cents, right? So
300 feet, which is actually where it got the name the L4 Grasshopper, because it's literally just a J3 Piper Cub, but the Army's got to give it a different name. And when the J3 Piper Cub was going through military testing, they were landing it in random fields, and this green little plane would hit the ground and skip and skid to a halt. And one of the generals said, it looks like a damn grasshopper. And that's how it got the name the L4 Grasshopper. So these liaison...
And with the fact that it can fly so low, you can fly low and then regain altitude. Technically, Grasshopper, low, high, you can do that very easy with this plane. Wouldn't be recommended, but depending on the mission.
Pilots are going to be operating like a mile behind the front line, taking off from a random field, loitering over the battlefield for hours, calling in artillery, and reporting back enemy troop movements to their chain of command. Basically, liaison pilots in the L4 Grasshopper is the world's first version of a recon drone, except for, you know, the whole point of a drone is you can go do dangerous shit and not put your men in harm's way, but that's not really an option here. And Charles Carpenter is like, sounds great, whatever gets me into the battle, sign me up. And I mean, to be fair, he had already volunteered to crash land a giant kite with no engine, so now he's flying what amounts to a kite with an engine, so I guess it...
Upgrade.
is an upgrade.
Yeah.
From here, he gets shipped off to Texas to learn how to fly the L4 Grasshopper, which he already knows how to do because he's been a pilot instructor forever. Passes that with flying colors. Then they
It's like, dude, I just get in the sky, and pray I don't die. What's so complicated about this?
send him off to Fort Sill, home of the artillery, where he gets to learn how to call in artillery while he's inside of his plane. Okay, in timeout, because I need you guys to understand how insane
That's very difficult, actually. That takes some talent right there.
this job is. I don't want you to think I'm pumping up flying a crop duster like it's some incredible job, because I know it's not as glamorous or as glorious as being a fighter pilot.
Nah, bullshit. I'm gonna pump it up because, I mean, fuck. You're in a vehicle, or you're in an aircraft in the sky, occupying the same sky with other enemies that do have guns on their aircrafts. Yeah, that's nothing to scoff at. Might not be hard to fly those planes, but it does take brass balls.
This job is fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Okay, he's alone almost always. The plane literally isn't big enough to carry two people in it and be fast enough to not get shot at. So
Yeah.
he is alone inside of a plane. Inside of the plane, it is his job while 2,000 feet above the ground, traveling 85 miles an hour in a noisy-ass cockpit, being propelled by a lawnmower blade, to be able to look down, spot the enemy, and call in artillery, okay? And you're thinking like, oh, you just...
It's not easy to do that, like, because you're in the air, so your depth perception's different. You're looking down instead of around. You're looking horizontally. Or you're looking vertically instead of horizontally at the battlefield, right? So you have to prepare for that differently. And seeing out of those planes, I've never been in one, but I can imagine it was much more difficult to look out of those as opposed to new ones now. New ones now don't actually need to spot shit. That's what the GPS is for, but you know what I mean?
pick up the phone and say, send the artillery. No, he has to be able to figure out, while moving in one direction, where the enemy is.
The official inspiration for the Javelin missile is this? No. Really? Because that missile is cool as fuck, and yeah, we haven't even gotten to the part where he retrofits this shit yet.
On the grid, like, get their coordinates and then call that in relation to him as he's moving.
As he's flying in the air. Y'all know how difficult that is? It's, dude, calling in artillery, calling in airstrikes is already, you have to know how to navigate that map. You need to know how to read a map. You need to know what that map is, and you need to know the terrain, right? It's already difficult. You're doing it while moving in a plane, no less. That's just like, that's, yeah. He's trying not to undersell it because, like, it is a feat.
And the enemy's also potentially moving as well.
Yeah.
And he's trying to do
with guns, by the way.
Math and trajectory problems while flying a fucking plane. The entire job is literally fly a plane, hope to God you don't get shot down, and while you're flying the plane, have the world's shittiest math quiz, and if you fail, you or your buddies die.
Yeah.
So is being a liaison pilot as glamorous as being a fighter pilot? No, absolutely not. But I would argue that they have way...
I still consider you just as much a badass as anyone else on the fucking ground, because look at the situation you decided to put yourself in on purpose. You know what I mean? Like,
bigger balls.
Exactly.
I mean, as an outsider looking in, which
Exactly.
job would you rather have? Option A, you could be a fighter pilot, basically take up what amounts to a hot rod covered in machine guns and zip around the battlefield.
neither. I'll take option C, Alex, for 500. I'd rather be on the ground 10 out of 10 times. I don't want to be in the water. I don't want to be in the sky. I want to be on the ground because guess what? In the sky, you can't hide. In the water, you can't hide unless you're a submarine. There's nowhere to go. Okay? At least in the ground, I can find a jungle, I can find a cave, I can I can hide behind something. There's none of that in the sky and in the seas. You put me on the ground, that's where I shine.
Shooting at the enemy. Or B, you could take up your grandpa's crop.
The unofficial inspiration for the Javelin. Bro, that's cool as shit. I want to watch something on that. Just like, so I can see them connect the dots and why.
Crop duster traveling at the speed of smell with no weapons to fire at the enemy or defend yourself, and the entire time that you're loitering over the battlefield hoping you don't get shot down, you're doing Sudoku puzzles with life or death consequences for you and your buddies. Okay, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, I'm trying to articulate to you that liaison pilots are highly underrated. These are quite literally Iron Men.
Imagine your life depending on mathematics. Ladies and gentlemen, your boy is dead as fuck. Imagine your whole ass existence depending on mathematics. I'm dead, guys. Then again, I suck so bad at it that I would never be put in this situation to begin with, but you know what I mean? That's just...
flying paper planes. Sorry, I'm getting...
I'd rather have to run or shoot or sweat or lift something heavy than to do mathematics for survival. That just sounds... Well, that just sounds like it would be proving my 5th grade math teacher right.
Sidetrack. Charles Carpenter completes his training, gets his L-wings, officially becoming a liaison pilot. From here, he gets assigned to the 4th Armored Division in Patton's 3rd Army. So he goes out with the 4th Armored Division. They're training out in the deserts of California, getting ready to go into theater, and very quickly he becomes the top liaison pilot in the entire 4th Armored Division. He is essentially now the man in charge of all the other liaison pilots.
Nice.
Both because he's extremely capable, but also because he's like in his early 30s at this point in time. He's an older dude by standards. He's more mature, he's a teacher, he's college educated. He's just the right guy for the job.
I would definitely want him over, I don't know, some brand new NCO or just brand new officer that, I don't know, is like 22, 23 that only has like 5 years in the military. I'd probably choose this guy 10 out of 10 times to lead just about anything given his career path.
Because of this, he essentially becomes the personal pilot for the general of the 4th Armored Division, John Shirley Wood, a man who's described as being broad in the...
Like an employer, right? Like, let's say you're an employer and you have 2 resumes. One, he's 29 years old with plenty of work experience in what he's applying for. And the other one is 19, right out of fucking high school. Who are you going to hire? I'm going to hire the 29-year-old that has been around the block a few fucking times and knows what the fuck is going on, instead of this 19-year-old that I don't even know if he'll be sober for a shift, and I don't even know if he'll show up. You know what I'm saying?
Shoulders and even broader in the waist. And remember, the L4 Grasshopper, not really meant to have 2 people inside of it, and the general is a big boy. Charles Carpenter, also a pretty big guy. They are way overweight when he's flying this general around. So not only does he get used to flying a over-encumbered L4 Grasshopper, but he also ends up becoming really good friends with the general, again, because he's one of the only older guys around. Everybody else is a 19-year-old kid. He's super...
General can't relate to anybody else but him.
Super well read. The general's probably super well read. They become homies. And both of these things are going to save his ass later on.
I am supporting.
Nobody cares.
Cordoza.
Early 1944, Charles Carpenter and the rest of the 4th Armored Division head off to Great Britain. They're training there. They're getting ready. That goes on for a couple of months. D-Day happens in June of 1944, and by July of 1944, Charles Carpenter and the rest of the 4th Armored Division go into France. Right out of the gate, he's doing his job exactly how he's supposed to. He's going up. He's doing recon. He's calling in artillery. He's being the personal pilot for the general whenever he needs it, and this goes on for a couple of weeks, and the entire time, every mission, it starts to eat at him more and more. He feels like he's not doing enough. He's not going out there and confronting the enemy. He's just loitering above the battlefield. He's cutting himself and his contribution short. And then he gets his chance to confront the enemy in person on August 1st, 1944, outside of a French town known as Avranches.
It's like playing Battlefield and you're in the tank and your buddy in the back gun says, "Hey, stay right here. I got targets that I'm looking at," but you're the driver, so your gun can only orientate in a certain way, and your gun can't orientate that way or whatever, right? And you're just like, well, I hope you have fun, man. I'll just be sitting here, chilling. Let me know when it's time to move. So boring.
Clear, we don't know the exact context of how this unfolded, but we do know that he was in a Jeep by himself conducting forward reconnaissance, looking for an empty field to land his plane and all the other L4 Grasshoppers. Now, the fact that he's going out by himself in a Jeep to look for a place to land his Grasshoppers closer to the front line tells me that he's probably been up in the sky conducting reconnaissance and come to the conclusion that
there's no one around and he can actually do this by himself.
There's no Germans in the area, so they're going to move forward. That's just where my head is at, and probably his too. While he's in his Jeep looking for a new operational base for all of his L4 Grasshoppers.
And if he does go into this area and encounters resistance, it's just the loss of 1 soldier instead of the loss of like 20 if he decided to take an element.
he comes up on a bunch of American tanks and American infantry, and they are in a firefight with the Germans. So he hops out of the Jeep, runs up to some of the infantry, asks what's going on. They're telling him there's a ton of Germans in the area. They're pinned down. They can't punch through into this town. And this is where I'm inferring something. I'm assuming he knows that that's bullshit. That's not a possibility. He's probably been up in the air conducting recon for days. He knows that there's no massive German element here, so he thinks that this is just some kind of German trick or some last stand. But what we know for sure is that he then proceeds to run up to the nearest Sherman tank, whose commander isn't there for one reason or another, hops in the turret with the 50 cal, and yells down to the crew, "Let's go." He's an officer, they're lower enlisted, they listen to him.
sir.
They drive straight into the Germans, firing the 75mm cannon on this Sherman with the other tanks and infantry following behind them, and they start clearing the town block by block, and every time they round a corner, he yells down to the crew, "Let it go," and they fire another round, forcing the Germans to retreat further, block after block, slowly clearing this entire...
This is insane. He walked up on these guys and they were like, we don't know what to do. And he's like, hold my beer, fellas. I'll show you how to do it. Come on, let's go. Goes and starts fucking shit up. That it doesn't get more badass than that. And I hope that he appreciates in this moment just how badass he looks. Really. He walked up on a whole bunch of teammates that had fuck all idea of what to do. And he was just like, guys, you just go this way, you shoot these fuckers over here, go shoot in that direction, do it. See? 5 kills. And then, like, oh my God.
Town. As they round the last corner on the last block in this town, they're about to take the entire thing. Through the smoke and chaos of the battle, he sees a tank and he yells down to the crew, "Let it go." And as soon as the words leave his mouth, he sees through the smoke that it's another Sherman tank.
Oh, shit.
He has the gut-wrenching oh shit moment as time slows down, and before he can say a word, the gun fires. And he watches in slow motion as his tank fires on another American Sherman tank that's got a bulldozer blade attached to the front of it. And thank God the shell only hits the bulldozer blade, blows it off the tank, and nobody's hurt.
Whew.
This is what the world's most...
That's rough. That is just... That's a natural consequence of battle. Right there. He didn't do anything wrong. In fact, he was doing everything right up until this point, and sometimes that happens. It's just fog of war too, and especially with actual fog from ordnance and shit on fire. Visibility low. Rough.
What? Fuck you! Fuck you!
So that's great news. Nobody got hurt. Also great news, he just helped break through the German lines by leading this massive offensive into a French town. Bad news, the other tank...
Wait. What was the tank that you shot? What was that? It was a bulldozer tank. Probably a whole bunch of nothing, actually. There's nothing much they could do. Never mind.
Tank commander, who just got his bulldozer blade shot off, crawls out of his tank and starts walking over to Carpenter's tank, rightfully furious and pissed off. And when he gets there, he's expecting to chew out, I don't know, another tank commander. And what he finds is a liaison pilot that's not even in this unit, that's not supposed to be there, that just commanded one of his tanks to shoot at his tank.
It's only my 3rd day out here.
So he goes from being furious to absolutely
confused,
mega pissed, and to be fair, he's kind of justified. He immediately orders Charles Carpenter get arrested and says that he's going to do everything he can to make sure he faces a firing squad for fratricide.
Hey, okay, well, first off, fratricide is friendly fire. And I thought that shit only applied if someone died. Right? Or is fratricide simply, I don't know, you shooting someone in the foot, I guess. I saw someone get shot in the foot once. A dumbass was walking around with his 249 half-cocked and shot his buddy in the foot. And this shit was hilarious. Is that considered fratricide? I thought you had to die for fratricide to be a thing. So, I don't know. And second, this guy broke through the offensive that your people couldn't break through. If it wasn't for Charles, you'd still be in your bulldozer waiting for support that's never going to get there because they're frozen fucking stiff because they can't get past the Germans. So, I know you're mad, probably scared more than anything else, but I feel like a small thank you would suffice. Just a little bit.
Says that he's going to do everything he can to make sure he faces the firing squad for fratricide.
Jesus. That guy's on one. Firing squad.
Luckily, his homie, General Shirley Wood...
A little bit of heavy hand right there with the punishment. Then again, I can't see why he's mad, man. I really can. He almost died. I can see why he's mad. I'd be mad too, but... I mean, fuck, man, it was all in the pursuit of something good, and, you know, shit happens, and, again, what the fuck were you doing this whole time? Were you chilling? Huh, sir? What were you doing? Okay.
Finds out that his pilot and buddy has been arrested. He goes, springs him out of jail.
Yeah, fratricide is friendly fire, man. That's what that means. And I thought that you had to die for fratricide to be fratricide. I didn't know that shooting at your buddy... or accidentally shooting your buddy was considered fratricide. Like, for example, Pat Tillman died to fratricide when he was deployed. For those of you that know who Pat Tillman is.
But it's the wrong chain of command.
However, like I said, I've seen people get shot by their buddy. They don't die or anything. But the word fratricide was never brought up in that instance. So...
and he doesn't have enough sway to be able to get rid of the potential court-martial that Charles Carpenter is now facing. So,
yeah, but you do have a friend that's a general.
Oh, at the very least, he's not going to be facing the firing squad, but he's still potentially looking at getting dishonorably discharged from the military. So General Shirley Wood takes the...
Are y'all not going to talk about what he did before that situation with the tank happened? Is everyone just going to disregard the badassery that just occurred here? Chain of command, are y'all gonna ignore that? Sir in the tank that got your dozer blown off, are you gonna ignore that too? Are we all gonna ignore the straight levels of badassery that happened before that mishap with the tank? Yeah, I guess. We're gonna ignore the fuck out of that. Of course.
Case to the next tier higher, somebody that can resolve this issue, his buddy from West Point, General Patton.
Oh, that's your friend? I didn't hear his... He didn't say his name at the beginning. I just heard he became good friends with his general. And I was like, okay, cool. I didn't know it was this guy. Yeah, no firing squad, no court-martial for you. You're barking up the wrong tree, Mr. Bulldozer, sir. You're You're about to learn right now what it means to have friends in high places.
General Patton hears about what happened. He says something along the lines of, and I quote, "That's the type of fighting man I want in my army," and gets rid of the court-martial and wipes his slate clean altogether. Now that part we know happened.
My man.
For sure, but I also believe that this is the point where Charles Carpenter was not only given a second chance, but I believe Patton also gave him the Bronze Star with V device and promoted him to Major at this point as well.
Oh my God, if I was Charles, I would go back to that guy that said he was gonna recommend me for the firing squad. I'm petty. You said I was gonna get a firing squad? Well, guess what, bitch? I got promoted, and I got a Bronze Star. Blow it at you. I'm petty. I'd find him. If it's the last thing I ever did in the service, I'd find him just to tell him that.
See, now that's some bullshit.
Unfortunately, I can't present that to you as 100% fact because I cannot find
Nah, fuck that. I'm gonna take it as fact. That's just, it's a fun notion to work with.
Any of his medal citations or promotions anywhere in the National Archives. I'm assuming he's in that 80% majority that lost all their personnel.
When I say unofficial inspiration for the Javelin, this is me declaring that title, not anyone official. I'm willing to take it. If no original inspiration for that thing exists, I'm willing to take this in lieu of whatever it actually is. I don't care. Sounds good.
Records in the fire in 1973. But I believe at this point, Patton did award him the Bronze Star with V device and promote him to Major, which is absolutely on brand for General Patton.
Ready to win big with...
Fuck yeah. The more and more time goes on of me hearing about General Patton, the more I'd like him as well.
Oh, had a little...
Because I feel like a leader like that is once in a generation. For real. Everyone knew this guy. Everyone. Everyone. Down from the lower enlisted to the NCOs, they all spoke about this man like they were homies. They all spoke about this man like he came to Thanksgiving dinner. They all spoke about this man like he was one of the family, like he was one of them, like he was also in the trenches, because he was. I can't tell you the name of one fucking general in the last 30 years of my existence. I can't tell you the name of one general when I served. I didn't know their names. I never even saw them. Didn't care. Granted, there's more generals now than there was back then, I feel. But you know what I'm saying? I don't feel like we'll ever have another General Patton. That dude was just too iconic. I can't, like I said, again, I can't give you one single name of a general out of my time in the service, prior service, or post service. I can't give you a name of one general. Not one. I don't know. I don't know what that says, but
Oopsies, everything worked out all right. He's back in the saddle. He's not in trouble. He's going out on missions.
yeah, aside from that. But you know what I'm talking about, like that level of leadership.
Everything's back to normal. And then there's a rumor going around in the liaison pilot community that apparently somebody somewhere on the Western Front mounted a bazooka onto the wing of their L4 Grasshopper, fired it, and the plane didn't blow up. It didn't catch the wing on fire. It worked out. Okay, now bear in mind, this is a rumor. This is 15 degrees removed. Some guy told another guy that apparently this happened. But when Charles Carpenter hears that it happened, he's like, I'm fucking doing it. So he goes to his chain of command, asks permission.
I don't care if it's true. I don't even care if it works or not. I'm trying it.
Like, hey, I heard this was possible. I want to give it a try. His chain of command, being cool as shit, is like, look, I'm not saying you're allowed to do that. I'm also not saying that if you did, I'm going to stop you, which he takes as the green light.
However, if you do it and it works out spectacularly, I'm taking all of the credit. That's how that goes.
And he does it. Okay, bear in mind, this is a rumor. He heard from a guy who heard from a guy that this is theoretically possible, and he's gonna go out there and actually figure out how to do it. There's no YouTube tutorial, there's no how-to, there's no pictures of how it was done. He's just gonna go out there and figure out how to mount a bazooka onto his plane. Which, to be fair, doesn't...
I feel like, given what a bazooka's made out of, just weld it, right? Learn some, like, amateur, low-level welding and just get it on there. Or just use a whole bunch of fucking 550 cord and 100 mile an hour tape. I feel like that would hold, man. It only goes 85 miles an hour. I don't know.
Sound like it would be that complicated until you actually start to think about the fact that this is borderline approaching rocket science, right? I mean, you can't just be strapping big, heavy metal tubes onto the wings of aircrafts and expect it to not interfere with, I don't know,
the aircraft, yeah.
Dynamics, weight distribution, all the shit that goes into, I don't know, keeping...
And when a bazooka fires, man, there's a shockwave to that, and it's very violent and jerks, right? So, I don't know, let's see how that goes.
A plane in the fucking sky.
That's simply not possible.
Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard?
And if you don't believe me, go make a paper airplane, throw it across the room, watch it go, and then pick it up, strap some weights to each wing, and throw it again and
boop. Straight down.
See how different it flies.
Oh, man, it slipped out of my hand. What a whiff.
Regardless, he's a smart guy. He figures it out. You can't literally mount the bazooka on the wing because they're fabric wings, so he mounts it on the wing strut, and then he mounts it so that the actual weight of the bazooka...
You gotta, like, the weight of the bazooka is gonna offset the weight and the balance of the plane. That way, when it takes off, he can still be level. He won't fall to one side. He won't dip forward. He won't go backwards. It's like he balanced it perfectly like a pendulum.
The shell is behind the rear tires and behind the pilot because the center of gravity on these Piper Cub planes is actually
very smart indeed.
Behind the pilot already, so he's using his own body weight to counteract the weight of these bazookas.
Yes, science!
So he ends up mounting one bazooka on each side of the plane, does a test run, it flies okay. Then he runs electrical wires into the cockpit on a panel where he can fire each bazooka individually or both at once. Goes up on a test run, fires the bazookas, doesn't light the wings on fire, doesn't blow them out of the sky. He's actually able to semi-accurately shoot these bazookas. He lands, and it's like the holy shit that actually worked.
He's like, No, fuck. No one's around, but I did it. I fucking did it. He was probably looking for someone to tell, like, almost immediately. I'm pretty sure that's what he did. He did it, got out, and was like, no one saw that? Is anybody? No? Fuck. All right, I gotta go get somebody.
This point, he has a wonderful idea. You know what's better than 2 bazookas? Double it!
I was gonna say that, but I didn't think it would work or be possible.
That's right, 4 bazookas. So he mounts 4 bazookas on his plane, goes up, does a test run, it works, comes back down.
Okay, so now we're not doing 85 miles an hour, we're doing like 76, but it's okay, it's fine, we got firepower.
Lands. You know what's better than 4 bazookas? 6 bazookas. Goes up.
Now you're just playing with my emotions, man. Really.
Up, does a test run, it works again, comes back down, and lands. You know what's better than 6 bazookas on an L4 Grasshopper?
Here I come.
An L4 Grasshopper with 6 bazookas and a dope-ass paint job where he names his plane.
6 bazookas, man. When it was just 2 bazookas, that was the tip. But 6 bazookas? Brother, we're balls deep in this bitch, and she's pregnant already. And then, obviously, the badass paint job to go with it that literally has a bazooka on it. Dosey the Rocketeer. The fuck?
Rosie the Rocketer after Rosie the Riveter. From here, he takes his Grunts and Crafts project into combat. From here, things get a little bit fuzzy because, again, a lot of the documentation was probably...
God, remember, dude, he can fire 1 at a time. I wonder if he can fire all 6 at the same time. He's got to be careful, though. Got 6 rockets, okay? This isn't like modern planes where you can fire off 6 and you probably have 6 more somewhere that are getting ready to drop down for you. He's got 6, which means he can take out 6 individual targets if he plans it correctly, or take out 1 really, really big target with all 6 rockets. Either way, he only gets 6 chances. Or in a specific situation, 1 chance. And then guess what he has to do? Reload. So he's going to have to pick his targets carefully and use the utmost of priority for some of these targets. And he's going to have knowledge of these targets as well, and where they are, what to hit first, what to hit second, what to use multiple shots on, like when to actually strike, when to actually get the fuck out. Maybe he has 2 rockets left, but it's not safe. Get the fuck out and reload those other 4. You can't really linger with just 2. Yeah, you got 2, but maybe you can't linger. Maybe you have to get the fuck out. You know, it's like there's a whole bunch of shit that just goes into...
Probably lost in a fire in 1973, and there probably wasn't a lot of great documentation taken at the time to begin with, because again, he's a one-man show. If there's not a witness to verify whatever he said happened, they can't really prove it. They can't officially say that it happened. But what we do know is outside of Sens, France, there was some German tanks and some German armored cars that were now apparently on fire and blown up. We don't know if they were from his bazookas or from him calling in artillery or a combination of the two. I like to think it was a combination of the two. So Charles Carpenter, after presumably destroying a German convoy by himself and or with the help of artillery, decides, you know what, I'm gonna go land my plane in a field next to this burning convoy and inspect it and see what happened. I want to see how good these bazookas are performing. So that's what
he did. A in combat battle assessment. A BDA, if you will. A battle damage assessment. He did that mid-mission. He landed just to do a battle damage assessment. All right.
He does. Lands his plane in the field, grabs a gun,
Insane.
goes out there to inspect it, finds 6 surviving Germans, and takes all 6 of them as prisoner, and then proceeds to put bullets in the engine blocks of all the remaining vehicles that weren't burning yet. Okay, do you understand how ridiculous and gangster this is from the...
It is ridiculous and gangster, because what is he going to do with these prisoners? They all can't fit in his plane. So what are we doing right here, right now?
German perspective, okay? Because at this point in time, the German ideology was, if you see an American spotter plane, if you see a grasshopper up in the sky, they don't have guns. They can't really hurt us. They can just call in artillery and have that...
Imagine their surprise when that same plane butt fucks them with 6 rockets, lands, and arrests all of them. Like it's the craziest fucking GTA server of all time.
Down on our heads. So the strategy for them at the time was, if you see it, hide from it, don't shoot at it and give away your position, because he's going to call in artillery.
Which was just easy licks for his rockets. They weren't even shooting back.
Best case scenario, you shoot down a $2,000 plane and take out one guy, and he dumps artillery on your entire unit. It's a bad trade. So usually they just ignore him. So these Germans are sitting there in this convoy and they're like, it's just a spotter plane. Ignore it. Oh, it's getting pretty close. Oh shit, it's diving on us. And then it starts shooting bazookas at you and calling in artillery, destroys your entire convoy. Then the pilot...
This is the equivalent of like if mosquitoes evolved and had guns under their wings.
Proceeds to land in the field next to you and get out of the plane like dad coming home from work and capture you as prisoner. From here, word spreads like wildfire. There's some crazy ass major out there somewhere on the Western Front flying a crop duster around shooting bazookas at Germans. From here, people start calling him the Mad Major, Bazooka Charlie, and he pretty much gets told, I mean, do whatever you want. You can call in artillery, you can shoot bazookas at...
You know what I'm doing? I'm recruiting 6 more fucking teammates. Yeah. I need like 34 more bazookas, 5 more planes, and 5 volunteers. Matter of fact, fuck that, scratch that. I'm gonna pick the pilots, and we're all gonna do this. Imagine a swarm of these things. Imagine 8 of these things with 6 rockets attached to them. That's madness. That is straight mayhem.
People, remember, he's good buddies with the top general. He's the only guy doing this. It seems to be effective. Why get in his way? Let him keep blowing up Germans. Everything works out. So that's what he's doing. He's just going up in the air, calling on artillery when he sees fit, shooting bazookas when he sees fit. Everything's going great. And during this time, he really refines the method, okay?
It's so good, too, because he can just call in artillery drops, any stragglers, they get the rockets. It's like... It's just sweep and clear, but in the sky, which I never thought that I would see that. Sweep and clear, you usually do it on the ground. Grunts, infantry, mechanized infantry, armor, stuff like that. Never have I seen a sweep and clear in the sky.
Kind of figures out as close as you can how to accurately aim these bazookas. I mean, at the end of the day, it's basically a giant bottle rocket. The bazooka is going to do what
you just have to aim directly at it and slightly above because the rockets are underneath your wings, right? So you can't aim directly at your target because you'll miss. You gotta like offset that aim a little bit, but I'm sure after multiple runs, bro, he was just an expert.
Bazooka wants to do, but he kind of gets a feel for where they usually go on average. He's got markings on his windshield inside the cockpit for where the...
That'll happen one day. Imagine using this plane for aerial guerrilla warfare. He probably could have. He was just in the wrong theater for that. He would have needed to do that in Vietnam. Oh, he could have ran it up on the NVA in Vietnam with this fucking thing. Holy. Then again, aircrafts were updated during Vietnam, but still, the havoc that he could wreak. And if there's not that much tree lines, you can't hide from him at all, whatsoever. That's terrifying.
Bazooka should land. On top of that, he refines how he does his attack runs. He comes in at like 800 feet, does this corkscrew maneuver, goes down, drops to 300 feet, levels out, fires his bazookas.
300 feet? He only goes 85 miles an hour, so that's probably easy to recover from that. But 300 feet!
And then dives straight up, literally pulling G's in a fabric plane. And again, at this point in time, we have no idea how many other missions he ran, how many trucks.
I'm surprised the frame of that plane can survive his piloting. For real. He's driving the equivalent of a fucking Pinto. But he's whipping that bitch like a race car. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's driving like a Formula 1 driver in a bullshit beater. Like a old ass bullshit Honda Civic is what he's doing right now. He's making it look good too, and easy.
Or armored vehicles or tanks that he took out. On top of that, even if he did take out tanks, not many people would believe him. And that's because at this point in time, bazookas weren't very successful against German tanks. German armor was incredibly thick, and a bazooka, more often than not, even if you scored a direct hit, was not going to penetrate the front or side armor of a German Panther or a German Tiger tank.
But 6 bazookas at the same time. Especially if you hit those tracks. But maybe the tanks are... Maybe that's what the artillery was for. He's not going to waste his rockets on something that might not be a guaranteed kill. Let's see.
But what most people didn't realize at the time, he's not shooting at a German Tiger tank from the front or the side. He's shooting at it from the top, like an early version of a Javelin missile, literally hitting the tank.
There it is. There it is. Unofficial? Nah, fuck that. Let's make that the official story. I'm down to go along with that if y'all are. If this can be the official story of the Javelin. This guy, right? Straight up. Straight down, fuck you. That's how that goes.
At its weakest possible point, because no engineer could have ever foreseen.
You know, this would have been catastrophic for people like me when I was deployed. A plane that just dives straight down vertically on you. Nope, not from the side, not from the front. I was a gunner. So, if Al Qaeda or a Taliban got their hands on a plane and did the same shit that this guy did, I would be dead because straight down. I'm a gunner. I stick up out of the top of that truck. I'm dead instantly. I'm gone, right? And then your gunner's gone. That gun truck essentially becomes a taxi. There's no gun on it. It essentially becomes a transport. You just took one weapon out of the fight. Not only did you take a soldier, you took that whole weapon because that 50 cal is gone, destroyed, man. FUBAR. So you wouldn't even need IEDs. You wouldn't even need small arms fire. Just one ballsy pilot to take out the gunner. It stops that convoy. Or maybe he takes out multiple gunners. I don't know. But one hit halts that convoy. Period. Indefinitely. Especially if you hit a vehicle in the middle. So that would have been catastrophic, dude. I'm glad this was just specific for this and not for us.
What if somebody was flying above you with a fucking bazooka? At no point in the German engineering process did any of the engineers
account for a directly above aerial attack. They just didn't. They were like, oh, we're good, man. Just work on the sides and the front. That's what they're going to be aiming at. Are we?
Say, yeah, but what if a crazy history teacher from Illinois and a crop duster covered in bazookas develops the pro gamer move?
It's the most ridiculous shit in the world that you don't prepare for that fucks you up. It is. Every time. The one thing that you didn't account for because you thought that it was so stupid and ridiculous that it would never happen, it happened. That's so cool.
Okay, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, I'm trying to tell you it's not only possible for Bazooka Charlie to take out a German tank with his crop duster, it's probable. The only problem is it's one of those things you're gonna have to see to believe, and he's a one-man show, so nobody's seen it but him. Yet.
The Germans saw it. Just ask the Germans. Ask them. Just ask, hey, did you see a crazy guy flying by himself with a modified aircraft just running it up on y'all at certain times throughout the war? And if they say yes, there you go.
All right, September 9th.
I wonder how many German World War II veterans are left, as opposed to American World War II veterans. That'd be a good... And not even to say like, oh, we're winning, they're losing. I just wonder the comparison. How many German World War II vets are left and how many American World War II vets are left? I talked to a lot of World War II vets on the American side. I've never had a conversation with a German World War II veteran. So...
19th, 1944, the Battle of Ericourt, right outside of Nancy, France. It is the largest armored battle on the Western Front in all of World War II. The Germans...
I like that it's called Nancy, France, because Nancy is like a term that we would use for cowardly people. Oh, don't be such a fucking Nancy. And it's France. That's just funny.
Have approximately 262 tanks and armored vehicles, and the Americans have approximately 140 Sherman tanks. The Germans have the upper hand, but
yeah, but we have a Charles.
Per usual, the Americans have air superiority. Problem, it's foggy as shit and the planes can't fly. Regardless, Charles Carpenter goes up anyway.
Yeah, the reason he's going up is because he doesn't need visibility, bro. He's getting 300 feet off the fucking ground. He can see everything, right? And as long as he sees where he's going, he can go up into the clouds and come back down and adjust. He don't give a damn.
Under the cover of the fog, the Germans start advancing, and after about an hour of loitering over the battlefield, Charles Carpenter finds a break in the fog, and what he sees is a German column advancing, and there's 6 soldiers pinned down at this watering point. It's the only place to get fresh water, and they were filling up water tanks.
You know what I would do? I would just take out the water supply, just to piss them off. Yeah, you could take out a vehicle. Yeah, you could probably take out 2. Maybe take out a couple soldiers. Attack the water, man. That has long-term ramifications, more so than just taking out 1 tank.
For the rest of the unit. Bazooka Charlie sees what's unfolding, immediately takes action, goes into his corkscrew, dives down on the first tank, fires his first 2 bazookas. Both of them are a miss. Pulls up, circles back around, does his corkscrew maneuver.
And I bet you they're just like, anybody see that plane? Nah, man, what are you talking about? Fucking plane. Just a small one just came out of nowhere, dropped rockets. I didn't see that. Are you kidding me? What? Wait, we might see it. Just wait for a second. We might see it again. You can do it again.
Again, dives again, fires 2 bazookas, hits the lead tank. The crew has to bail out. And the 6 guys that were getting water are watching this entire thing unfold, and they are the first people to ever see Bazooka Charlie take out an enemy tank with a bazooka strapped to a crop duster, something that nobody would have thought was possible.
Holy.
Yeah. Fucking shit.
Fucking shit.
And Bazooka Charlie's still got 2 more bazookas fresh in the tank, pulls up again, circles back around, does his corkscrew again, dives on another tank, scores a direct hit. The Germans have no fucking idea what's going on. There's just a tiny little plane spawning out of the fog, taking out all of their tanks. They think it's some type of...
The guy on the ground's like, see, I fucking told you! There it is! I can just imagine those guys on the ground just like not knowing what's going on, and just like every 30 to 45 seconds they see a small plane fucking them up and just disappearing into the sky. Imagine that from their perspective. Just gone. It's like, we didn't get trained for this, Hitler, at all. We didn't train for this ever. Who would?
Weapon or an ambush or something crazy is going on, so they panic and retreat. The water crew escapes unscathed. They later confirm that he did in fact take out 2 enemy tanks, giving him his first 2 confirmed tank kills.
And they're saying, holy shit, dude. Why didn't we think of that? That's absolutely incredible.
He then flies back to base, has his ground crew reload the bazookas, and goes back up, fires
all... Oh my god, it's the equivalent of like a pit stop in NASCAR. More rockets, boys! Thank you. Gone. I wonder what the turnaround time was for the reload. I would really love to know. How fast they reloaded his... How long did he spend on the ground between his runs?
All 6 bazookas again, goes back, reloads the bazookas again, goes back up, fires them all again. He fired no less than 16 bazooka rounds that day.
Now, imagine had he done the one thing that I suggested and recruited 5, maybe 6, at most 8 more pilots, gave him the same training, the same plane, with the same rockets, and I mean, dude, it's open season. It's too easy. Imagine the damage. That's...
Mind, again, we have no idea how successful he was overall because he's a one-man show and he had to have witnesses to confirm stuff, but by the end of the day, he had ground confirmation from multiple other people that he had for sure destroyed 2 German Panther tanks, 2 armored vehicles, and at least 12 ground troops. But his impact on the overall battle was...
What he was doing to the Germans was what Spider-Man was doing to Thanos in Infinity War. Remember when Spider-Man's just going back and forth, slapping Thanos in the face, like, gotcha, too slow, hit ya, and then finally Thanos grabs him like, you fucking insect, and just slams him. Well, that's not going to happen here to Charles, but that's essentially what he's doing. Just pow, gone, pow, gone, pow, gone. And the enemy's like, where is he? I don't understand. We can't touch him. Yeah.
So much bigger than that because, again, the fog cover was preventing America from having air superiority, meaning that the Germans had a humongous upper hand. But Charles Carpenter going out...
He took that away. He took away their advantage.
In the fog, preventing them from advancing, throwing the Germans off their game, kept them on their heels.
This is
because once they get stopped, they have to rethink, where do we go from here? Do we stay and just take this? Do we abandon our plan? We came this far, right? Do we just keep going and then our element gets cut in half and now we have less of a fighting force when we actually get to the fight? There's so many decisions that have to be made, and yeah, he's just throwing a huge wrench in there. He's just throwing a huge wrench in the plan.
Enough for the fog to lift, and by the time they realized what the fuck was going on, and it was one crazy guy in a crop duster, America had regained air superiority and flipped the entire battle on its head. By the end of the Battle of Arikor, America had lost 30 tanks. The Germans had lost over 200 tanks and armored vehicles.
Jesus.
After the Battle of Arikor, the legend of Bazooka Charlie goes from being a legend within the ranks of Patton's Third Army to being a legend back home. He is in newspaper articles absolutely all over the place. Personally, he doesn't really care for the attention. He doesn't really like the
modern pilots watching this video like, this fucking bullshit, bro. All I do is fly around the goddamn ocean, do training exercises. Fucking dumb. You know, they're salty as shit, dude. Like, I went to school. I'm an actual goddamn pilot. This dude right here, just getting all the goddamn action, just walked on. It's fucking... Probably some slight resentment there.
Notoriety. He even writes back home to...
It has to be, man, because what's the point of being inside a multi-million-dollar fucking vehicle that has the ordnance to take out fucking countries, and you can't even use it? And this guy's just running through, fucking just having the time of his life. And you got some modern pilot inside of an F-22 just flying around talking about, well, I guess this beats an office, I suppose.
His wife Bunny and says, hey, don't talk to the press. I don't want the attention. In an interview, he even told a reporter, and I quote, some people around here think I'm nuts, but I just believe that if we're going to fight this war, we have to get on with it 60 minutes an hour, 24 hours in a day. In addition to his newfound notoriety, he also has to deal with the fact that the Germans have caught on to his battle strategy and they have changed their tactic.
They're going to be actively looking for you.
To ignoring spotter planes, to shooting absolutely everything they have at them all the time.
That just goes to show how much of a badass you are. You were so effective on the battlefield that you forced the enemy to change up their battle doctrine. You know how amazing you have to be to get the enemy to refocus their whole entire plan, their whole entire way of operating? That just goes to show how much of a badass you are.
Regarding that, he told a reporter, and I quote, word must be getting around among those to watch out for cubs with bazookas on them. Every time I show up now, they shoot everything they have. They never used to bother cubs. Bazookas must be bothering them a bit. Despite that,
this is where you bring back the glider. Oh my God, perfect plan. You bring back the glider, unmanned. You let that shit glide into enemy territory. They open up fire, and in the midst of them opening up fire, they're looking up, and if they're looking up, you know what they're not looking at? Ambush the fuck out of them. That is such a good distraction. Now that their eyes are going to be going like this, you can shoot them from here. That's just like you change their vision on the battlefield. And now with their direction up, you can attack from different directions that they're no longer looking at. So that's fantastic.
Bazooka Charlie goes out and continues to do Bazooka Charlie things, keeps going out.
I can't believe he continues to get away with it.
On missions, keeps shooting his bazookas, keeps calling in artillery. And again, I reiterate for like the 15th time, we don't know how many enemy tanks and armored vehicles he took out during this time period because again, he's a one-man show and everything has to have multiple eyewitnesses to be confirmed. Despite that, over the next month in October of 1944, he manages to bag 4 German tank kills confirmed, 2 of which were the German Tiger heavy tank, the baddest tank of World War II.
And at no point did the Germans decide to like have their own planes in the sky. That's what I would do. Why didn't y'all do that? Like, command gets word like, sir, we keep getting fucked on by like these mosquito-sized planes at all of our important locations. Okay, well, take some planes and have at the very least 5 to 6 aircrafts do flybys and circle these main key strategic locations that we have, right? And if these little planes show up, you knock them out of the sky before they can fuck us up. That would have been my first course of action, but nah, yeah. The Germans have not adjusted. I mean, sure, yeah, now they're looking up, but it's not doing anything. They're not doing anything. That's not working. I would just have, at all the strategic locations that I know America would want to fuck with, I would have planes circling those locations as a deterrent. Because the motherfuckers on the ground can't deal with this, man. They just can't. You know how hard it is to shoot a moving target in the sky? It's hard to shoot a moving target, period. Let alone these, especially with a tank or something of that caliber, that the projectile has significant amount of travel distance that it has to cover. And it's like,
The other two were allegedly Panther tanks, one of which was leading an entire column of tanks down a narrow road with ditches on either side, and Charles Carpenter dived on the lead tank, took it out, and then called in artillery and destroyed the entire column. Bazooka Charlie continues with his antics all through October, November, December, January. Again, documentation's not that great, but some accounts claim as many as 14 confirmed tank kills, as well as over...
Nah, man, I'm willing to give him more than that, actually. 14? And what do you even consider a tank kill? On a person, no longer alive. On a tank, what do you consider a kill? Completely inoperable? Or just like, it's slow to a crawl? Because I feel that if I hit a tank, but it can still move, but at 80% of the speed that it used to move before I hit it, I feel like that's a tank kill. You've essentially taken that vehicle off the battlefield. Can it move? Yeah, sure. But like, I don't know, at like 4 miles an hour. Is that really effective? Not really. So, depends on what you consider a kill on a tank. I'm willing to give him more than 14. I'm willing to give him more than 20, actually.
20 armored vehicles and countless enemy machine gun positions and ground troops. And somewhere along the line, he is also awarded a...
God, imagine being a ground troop getting killed by Charles. Like, you didn't even get killed in a conventional way. By a bullet from an M16 or nothing like that. You got killed by a pilot with bazookas on his plane. That's rough.
Silver Star and an air medal with oak leaf cluster. But by February of 1945, he's hurting. He's got this massive lump on his neck. He has no idea what it is. He's extremely...
Probably cancer.
Fatigued and tired, and he ends up getting hospitalized with battle fatigue initially. Army doctors don't know what to make of this lump on his neck. They send him off to Paris. He gets surgery, gets this massive lump removed, and he gets told that he has Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Oh,
they try to
yeah.
give him radiation treatment, but the Hodgkin's lymphoma is so advanced that they basically tell him, you've got a year, maybe 2 years to live. He is released from the army and sent back home. From here, he's reunited with the love of his life.
Lymphoma saved the lives of a lot of Germans. I'll tell you that.
Bunny, and his daughter Carol, and he figures he's got...
How long you reckon he would have continued to run it up on the Nazis had he not succumbed to this illness? We may never know.
2 years left, he might as well make the most of it. He buys an Airstream trailer, and they tour the entire American West, and he gets to see all of the country that he fought for. Fast forward early 2000s, his daughter Carol is now in her 60s, and it's the early days of the internet, and she gets on the internet one day, and she's reading on war forums, and she finds a thread about her dad, and it's people talking about this crazy guy named Bazooka Charlie that supposedly mounted bazookas onto a crop duster and eliminated a bunch of German tanks. But because there's such a lack of documentation and everything else, all the comments are doubting the validity of this story, and nobody believes it. So she gets in this forum and she starts posting pictures that she has of her dad in theater, and she starts reading all of the letters that he had written back home to her mom, Bunny, and she helps validate this story, and it becomes a known fact. She then, with some help of some other people in the aviation community, goes on to write a book about it. And in one of the pictures that she has of her dad posing next to his plane, Rosie the Rocketer, you can actually read the serial number on the plane. And
Rosie is very humble. She stayed quiet until she was 60 about what her dad did. Let me tell you something. If this was my dad, I'd be telling fucking everybody all the time, all day, all week, all year. This would be the only thing I could talk about. Until someone finally told me to shut the fuck up, it's getting old. But she waited 60 years? Damn. Was very humble, I suppose. I guess. Man, because I would have told this story to shit ton of people already.
aviation people
Like,
track
look how fucking awesome my dad was, right?
down Rosie the Rocketer and find her in a museum in Austria. They buy the plane.
Oh, that's his daughter's name, Rosie the Rocketer. That just dawned on me, actually.
Bring it back home and restore Rosie the Rocketer to her wartime paint job. And Carol's daughter, a graphic designer, gets to actually paint the old paint job of her grandfather on the plane. But that's not even the best part. The best part is that after Charles and Bunny and Carol got to tour the American West in their Airstream trailer, Charles felt great. So they went back home and he still felt fine. So Charles went back to work being a history teacher, changing the world one classroom at a time. And a year went by and he was still doing fine. And another year and another year and another year. And Charles lived an additional 22 years after he was given a 1-year death sentence. He would finally succumb to Hodgkin's disease in 1966 at the age of 53.
Dude. I've heard about getting a second wind before, but dog, that's like a whole ass extension. He just did the equivalent of remortgaging his house, but with his whole life. I don't know how. It's like, because usually when doctors tell you this shit, they really mean it. You know? That's wild.
Which is still a premature, tragic death. But the silver lining is he got to live an additional 22.
No, it's not tragic. Given when he was supposed to die and when he did die, that's phenomenal. I mean, he could have lived longer, so that probably is the tragedy, but still.
Years like he was dying. And I like to think Bazooka Charlie, of all people, was able to cram a lot of life into that 22 years under those conditions. And that's the best ending I could possibly give you. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over at the Fat Electrician.
It's funny that he was a history teacher, and then after his tour of duty, he went back to being a teacher. And it's just funny because he didn't really have to teach. He could have just walked into that classroom and told them his story. It's literally history. He didn't even have to open the book when he went back into that classroom. He could have just talked about himself to his students, and they would have learned all the same. That's phenomenal. That's great.
.com. Quack bang out.
That's fantastic.
Carol, if you're watching this, I really hope you enjoyed it. I tried to do your dad justice. He's a humongous badass. So are you for all the work you did telling his story.
Yeah.
And I tried to get a hold of you, but couldn't. But if you do see this, I would love nothing more than to buy you a first-class plane ticket out to San Antonio and have you on my podcast, and we can talk more about your dad. Thanks.
I would watch that, actually. Maybe not on stream or none of that, probably on my own time, but if that ever happens, let me know. Iron men flying paper planes is a hell of a line. Yeah. Yeah, this was one of the best pilots I think we've heard stories about. I mean, we've heard stories of ace pilots, we've heard stories of double aces, we've heard stories of kill records and downed aircraft records by pilots of yesterday. And that's one thing. That was their whole job, right? They were bred for that. Charles was not bred for what he did at all. Look at the training that he had. And it's not like the last guy that we covered, where he was just a ranger amongst Delta Force and special operations operators. At least he was a ranger, right? So he knew this. He was just a regular pilot that didn't. Yeah, dude, I just feel like his story is better than most. Man. He exemplified the same level of badassery as the ace pilots, but he didn't train to be an ace pilot. He was just a regular pilot, man. That's it. Flying an inferior aircraft. Even to his predecessors, that plane was fucking inferior. because, you know, that's fantastic. Why this guy doesn't have a Medal of Honor is kind of weird. I mean, is it? I know that I know that it's probably not as glamorous as like the ace and the double aces and stuff like that, but this guy turned the whole tide of a battle. Quite possibly saved hundreds, if not thousands, of lives in the process by taking away advantages from the Germans that they would have held on to had it not been for him. Why he doesn't have a medal, or maybe he does and it just wasn't mentioned? I'm not sure. Oh, Carol did comment. I'm Carol Carpenter Apaki. Several of you have contacted me about this video. I would be happy to tell you more about my father, an amazing journey to discovery about his war years and finding and restoring his plane, Rosie the Rocketeer. Dude, that's dope. So maybe that will happen. That's fantastic. He has a very, very unique story. He wasn't supposed to be a fighter pilot, man. He just became one. That's it. And took out nothing but tanks. It's just the oddest thing ever, isn't it? Pilot. Imagine if he was still alive. He encounters a random person. Oh, you were in the service? Yeah, I was a pilot. Really? Did you down any planes? No. Down tanks, though. I'm sorry, what? Tanks. I destroyed a lot of tanks. In a plane? Uh-huh. How? I attached like 6 rockets to the bottom of it. Oh, okay, crazy guy. I think you're lying, but thank you for your service. That's probably how those conversations go, man. That they have to, because it's so unheard of, isn't it? It's like it just sounds like a lie, doesn't it? Ah, it's right there. You did it. That was you know, at some point I would have put a camera on his plane. Like, okay, you took out how many tanks? 6? I'm putting a camera on your plane because I would love to see this myself firsthand. But it was the 40s, man. Cameras. They weren't everywhere like they are now. That's for sure. So, yeah. Vince, I'm going to do the same thing, man. I'm starving. I haven't eaten all day outside of like coffee. That's not a good diet to have, so I'm going to go stuff my face with the first thing that I find inside that refrigerator. And yeah, maybe we go live tomorrow, maybe we don't. These 2 videos in particular will be uploaded sometime tomorrow or the next day. They are long, so it will take me a minute to upload. So I either go live tomorrow or I upload tomorrow. I haven't really decided, but I am going to get the fuck out of here as well. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for chilling. And I will see y'all in the next one, man. If y'all need anything, y'all can hit me up on Discord. Y'all can @ or DM me. I'm usually around. So take it easy. I'm gonna go eat. Starving. Have a good rest of y'all's evening. If I don't see y'all again the rest of this week, have a good week. All right.